Chewy. Batting fourth, the first baseman, number 19, Ray Blanchett. Catching and batting fifth, number 7, Cannon Vlog. Hitting sixth in left field, number 13, Nolan Cole. Batting seventh at third base, number 10, Hunter Brewer. Batting eighth, the designated hitter, number 28, Cal Marlin. Batting ninth, playing right field, number 9, Braden Elliott. The starting pitcher for the Bobcats, from St. Charles, number 29, Jackson McDonald.
Good evening, baseball fans. We're back for some Saturday night baseball. Who needs Fox Sports when you have the Colonels Collegiate League right here on the KCL YouTube channel? I'm Evan Schmeiser bringing you the action tonight for our doubleheader. First, we'll get it started with the Blue Caps taking on the Merchants. And 20 minutes to follow, the Ground Sloths will take on the Bobcats. So the Blue Caps will be first up to bat. Blue Caps will be wearing the... how do I describe that? The mostly white tops with some navy blue stripes and seams going around everybody's waist and chest. That's an interesting one to see. First time I've seen the Blue Caps this season. And the Merchants in the field in the first base dugout. They're in their familiar baby blues and white bottoms. And on the mound for the Merchants, we have Mason Walker. Just graduated from Clinton High School this past spring. And he'll be playing his ball at Sauk Valley Community College. Standing at 5'10", on the left side, he should be sitting around the high 70s, low 80s on his fastball. We'll take a look at the Blue Caps order. It'll be Jake Morrill, Gage Wolf, and John Shuey, 1 through 3. Trey Blanchett will be the cleanup man. Cannon Klein, the catcher, bats 5th. Nolan Bowles will be the 6th man. Hunter Brewer hits 7th. Cal Darling, the designated hitter, will be the 8th man, and Braden Elliott will round out the lineup for the Blue Caps. And as Jake Morrill settles into the left-handed batter's box, we're set to go. Walker on the far third base side of the mound, set at the letters. Out of the windup he goes, and the first pitch misses up and inside. A little bit of a later start time this afternoon, 4:06 Central Standard, 86 degrees. As Walker kicks and deals the 1-0, cut on and missed by Morrill, 1-1 the count. Good amount of blue skies, also some bits of overcast, streaky clouds. As the next offering is at the knees, 1 and 2. And fortunately, unlike a couple nights ago, I am getting the benefit of the breeze, blowing in a little bit from right field. And the 1-2 pitch is swung on and missed by Morrill. Good breaking ball, tailing away from the left-handed batter. First punch out of the night for Walker. Now we'll bring up Gage Wolf. He's off to a strong start. 4 for his first 10, a couple doubles and RBI. Another left-handed batter for the lefty Walker. Wolf opting to go with the high socks. And the first pitch to him is a fastball right down the middle for a called strike. Outfield playing straight up. The right fielder, Nate Reed, the deepest of the three, as a breaking ball misses outside, despite the wind blowing in and across towards left. Here's the 1-1 delivery. Off the hands, fought off foul down the third base line, just past the Blue Caps dugout. There's Max Bryant to go retrieve the ball in the bullpen. Here's the 1-2 pitch with 1 out. Swung on and missed. Wolf couldn't catch up with the elevated fastball. Back-to-back punch-outs to start the evening for Walker. John Shuey will be the next man, and we'll take a look at the Merchants defensively. Jake Stewart, Ashton Horcham, Nate Reed left to right. Mason Nauman, Cody Morton, Clay Kahn, Andrew Gallegos around the horn first to third. Daniel Bastidas behind the plate, and of course Walker on the mound. Dealing with no score and 2 outs in the top of the first. First pitch breaking ball misses outside to the right-hander Shuey. John 5 for his first 14. A couple doubles, 2 RBIs. As the next offering misses down and away. A very pleasant day and afternoon overall here in central Illinois. Not too humid, not too much wind as the next pitch is roped into right field. That'll drop in for a hit. Nate Reed able to get over to cut it off. Dewey holds up at first, a 2-out single. First hit of the day for either side. And that brings up the cleanup man, Trey Blanchett. Blanchett 3 for 8. Couple doubles and an RBI. Blanchett out of Kankakee Community College. Plays a bit all over the place. He's getting to start at first tonight and also will get significant innings in the outfield. Left on right, the matchup. The first pitch by Walker. Soft line driving to right. That's going to drop in there for a hit. Shuey's around second. He's going to pull in the third, standing up as the throw by Reed goes in towards second. Back-to-back two-out singles for the Blue Caps. And all of a sudden, they have something brewing. Yeah, tale of two very different at-bats compared to the strikeouts with Morrill and Wolf. And now Cannon Klein with an RBI opportunity. Klein 2 for 9 with no RBIs. Be a good time for him to get on the board with that. Klein, well, he's decked out in the blue. Blue wrist guards, as well as a blue shin guard on the front leg. So he waves the bat through the zone, and blue batting gloves, can't forget that. Short lead at first from Blanchett, and the first pitch is on the outside corner for a called strike. Blanchett has not stolen a base yet this summer. Does not have the most aggressive lead with the lefty Walker. That pitch is lined in the right center. That's going to get in for a hit. 3 straight singles, and John Shuey crosses the plate. The throw comes in towards shortstop. 1-0 Blue Caps. 3 consecutive singles after having the first 2 men in the inning retired. That's a good piece of hitting from Klein, and the first RBI of his summer. Going with the pitch, picking on a fastball early in the count. Blanchett stopped at second, and that brings up Nolan Bowles. After 2 straight lefties in the Blue Caps order, it's been all righties since. Walker, after a long look in, comes set on the far third base side. Still a short lead at second from Blanchett. First pitch curveball home, and a swing and a foul into the screen. 3 RBIs to Nolan Bowles' credit. Outfield is now playing on the deeper side, so a base hit would likely score Blanchett. As the Blue Caps lead 1-0, 2 outs top of the first. And the 0-1 delivery is outside. Jackson McDonald doing the pitching for the Blue Caps today. Already staked to an early advantage. Blanchett at second, Klein at first. And Walker, the pace is slowed down with him. He's set now towards the belt. The high leg kick, he goes home. Fastball misses inside. Now 2-1 the count as Bowles steps out to take a couple practice hacks. You have a guy in the front row with a radar gun. Pretty cool to see. Walker set, checks the runner once, and he goes home with the 2-1. Swung on and missed at a high fastball. Now Walker 1 strike away from trying to get out of this inning. He's already allowed 1, thanks to the RBI single by Klein. Flag flowing very gently towards left field. I am a fan of this breeze. Walker set. Here's the 2-2. Fouled back into the screen again. Good at bat from Bowles. And if you look out towards right center, if you're able to on your screen, slowly but surely, you have 5 little gardening sets set up in rectangular formations. Plants slowly growing. That's going to be corn sooner rather than later. A deep breath. Here's the 2-2. Weakly hit foul at the plate. The front office guys have essentially told me that they're going for... Oh, geez, I'm blanking on that movie. That's embarrassing. Oh, the Field of Dreams. There we go. Field of Dreams. That would have been bad. 2-2 the count, 2 outs, a run in the top of the first. And Walker goes home once more. Swung on and lifted in the air. Foul territory, right side. Gallegos on the run, and they'll drop foul and bounce out of play. The right fielder, Nate Reed, also gave it a look. A lot of room down the lines here in the corn crib. Extending all the way, most of the way down the lines in both right and left. Then you get the fences that cut off the bullpens, and then it gets very narrow as you get to the corner. 325 sign is what's listed, but it looks deeper than that to me. Here's the 2-2 once more. Swung on up the middle. That's going to drop in there for a hit. It's cut off by the second baseman, Kahn. Station to station go the runners. So make that 4 straight singles for the Blue Caps, and the bases are now loaded with 2 away. And a pretty good play right there by Kahn, too. He can absolutely fly to make sure he cut that off and prevent Blanchett from coming around to score. So Mason Walker struck out Morrill and Wolf to start the inning, and then singles by Shuey, Blanchett, Klein, and Bowles. And that's where we stand. Blue Caps leading the Merchants 1-0, and Hunter Brewer will bat. Out of the windup goes Walker, and his first pitch is way outside. Well, he's working quickly now. Short leads all the way around. And the 1-0 pitch tries a curveball, and it misses outside. Well, nowhere to put him. Now 2-0. Nolan Bowles at first, Cannon Klein at second, Trey Blanchett looming at third. Not a ton of room behind the plate, but if you have a ball kicking to the side, then there's a lot of room. The 2-0 is fouled right over my head. Now 2-1 the count. Well, now the flag is barely moving in right center. I think I said a couple nights ago it felt like a rarity. Well, I hope the breeze doesn't disappear as we get into the midsummer months. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Fouled straight back again. And now 2-2 the count. So once again, Walker with a chance to get out of this inning, allowing just the 1. Although that pitch count is adding up in a hurry. Outfield playing fairly deep for the 7th man Brewer. The 2-2 pitch way upstairs. The catcher, Bastidas, had to come out of his crouch. Now everybody will be off. 3-2 the count. 2 outs, bases loaded, top of the first, a run already in for the Caps. Here's the pitch. The runners take off. Swung on and a pop-up. Right side of the infield, fair territory. Clay Kahn makes the call and the catch in shallow right field in fair territory. So that retires the side, but 4 straight singles and an RBI for Cannon Klein net the Blue Caps a 1-0 lead. We'll go to the bottom half. Merchants will take their first swings when we return. Welcome back, baseball fans. Bottom of the first here at the Corn Crib, 1-0 Blue Caps. Jackson McDonald doing the pitching for the Caps, the rising sophomore at St. Charles Community College. He's gone 3 innings in a couple games pitched so far. 3 earned runs on 5 hits, 3 walks, 2 strikeouts. Tall, lanky right-hander. We'll take a look at the Merchants order. Ashton Horcham, Clay Kahn, Cody Morton. He's put up some big numbers so far. He hits third. Daniel Bastidas, the catcher, hits cleanup. Andrew Gallegos, Luca Morelli, the DH, will bat 6th. Jake Stewart will hit 7th. Mason Nauman is the 8th man. And Nate Reed will round out the lineup for the Merchants. Merchants, a first place team coming into play tonight. Still fairly early as far as guys separating in league leader categories and really getting a full picture of how everybody matches up with each other. Over the next week, I'd say that'll all settle out a bit. First pitch to the lefty, Ashton Horcham, is low, and it gets past the catcher Klein to the backstop. Right on left, the matchup. Horcham and Kahn, two guys you absolutely want to keep off base. They can motor around the bases. Next offering misses outside, 2-0 the count. Coming to play tonight, Horcham and Kahn tied for the league lead, 7 stolen bases. 2-0 offering on the outside corner, according to the home plate umpire, Pat Harrison. Chris Smith making the calls in the field on our two-man crew. As the breeze picks up once again, the 2-1 pitch. That's it high in the air to right. Braden Elliott barely has to move as he takes a few steps to his left. He makes the two-handed grab. That'll bring up Clay Kahn. And as he settles in, we'll take a look at the Blue Caps defensively. Nolan Bowles, Jake Morrill, Braden Elliott left to right. Hunter Brewer, John Shuey, Gage Wolf, Trey Blanchett around the horn third to first. Cannon Klein doing the catching, and of course Jackson McDonald on the mound. Out of the windup, his first pitch to Kahn is a called strike at the knees. Just like the Blue Caps, lefties in the top of the order for the Merchants, as the next one is upstairs, 1-1. Looked like that might have been a changeup from McDonald. Towards the first base side of the rubber, his 1-1 pitch is lifted in the air to left. Bowles started back, now he goes over to his right, and he makes the one-handed catch. Perhaps battling the breeze a little bit. So back-to-back fly ball outs, 2 away for Cody Morton. Morton came up with a, at the time, very important 2-run single a couple nights ago against the Bobcats, which ultimately resulted in 3 runs coming across, initially cutting the deficit down to a run. First pitch to the right-hander, off speed, misses inside. Morton out of Danville Community College, native of Jasper, Indiana. Swung on and foul tipped into the glove of Klein, 1-1. 2 outs, the base is clear, 1-0 Blue Caps. It is interesting to see the handful of guys who grew up out of state. 1-1 pitch, curveball misses in. The entire Blue Caps team, well, they're sitting on some buckets in front of the dugout. The 2-1 misses outside, another breaking ball to Morton, now 3-1. Merchants guys are a little more spread out. Some in the front of the dugout, some behind the railing. Possibly some sitting on the bench. 3-1 is down in the dirt. And a 2-out walk issued to Morton. Well, for the top of the first and the Blue Caps, the first 2 hitters went down on strikes, and then 4 straight singles netted them a run. See what the Merchants can do with this. Bastidas will be the hitter. Wow, some Ghostbusters music playing across the ballpark now. Whoever's in charge of that is getting awfully creative. Right on right, the matchup as Bastidas awaits the first pitch. High leg kick from McDonald, and he deals a strike at the knees. Morton not quite the same speed as Horcham and Kahn. 1 stolen base to his credit. He has a good lead, though. Here's the 0-1, and there goes Morton. The pitch is lined into right field, coming on is Elliott, and he's going to make the catch as that ball hung up there just long enough. So the Merchants go down quietly. Good inning from McDonald. They'll head to the top of the second. Blue Caps lead 1-0. Welcome back to the Colonels Collegiate YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. Top of the second for the first game of our doubleheader. 1-0 Blue Caps over the Merchants. It'll be Cal Darling, Braden Elliott, and the top of the Caps order coming up. Mason Walker back out for the second. See if he can try and settle back into this one. He and the Merchants left the bases loaded in the top of the first. First pitch fastball misses high to Darling. Cal, the designated hitter tonight for the Caps, a tall right-hander. Going with the black batting gloves and red helmet. A late swing as he fouls it to the right side. It goes through the railing and into the bleachers. There's a youngster to go get the ball. Cal 4 for 6 with a double and 3 ribbies. 1-1, swung on and missed to the fastball. Darling out of Heartland Community College. Oh, that's a town name. Bourbonnais, Illinois. As the 1-2 misses upstairs. Well, I am from New Jersey, and we have some interesting pronunciations, and the guys weren't joking with some of the town names in Illinois. They're tough. 2-2 curveball misses in the dirt. After falling behind 1-2, Darling has worked it back full to start the second. He steps out, trying and gather himself. The left fielder, Stewart, playing deep, and the 3-2 is lined off the glove of the leaping Cody Morton in the left for a hit. Already the 5th hit of the early evening for the Blue Caps, and they have a leadoff base runner. That ball was scalded. Darling just dropped the barrel on it, essentially. Kind of like what a lot of left-handed hitters do when they're nitro zone down and in. So next is the 9th man, Braden Elliott. Left on right the matchup. Elliott going with a blue helmet. First pitch to him is swung on in line down the left field line. It's going to be a fair ball, and it's going to two-hop the wall. On this horse is Darling. He's in the third. He's going to be held there as a throw comes back in the third. Darling dives back to the bag safely. So a single and now a double by Braden Elliott. And once again, the Blue Caps are in business. 2 rockets off the bats of the 8th and 9th hitters. Nothing Stewart could have done on that one other than play it off the wall. And credit too to him making a good throw to his cutoff man and forcing the stop sign to be put up for Darling at third. Now it's the leadoff man, Morrill. He struck out to open the ball game. The Merchants infield playing back. They'll concede a run, trailing 1-0. Now curveball misses high. Still a lot of game to be played, even with it being just 7 innings. Don't want to get too cute if you're Walker. 1-0 delivery. There's a good curveball in for a strike. Nod of approval from the catcher, Daniel Bastidas. Right fielder Reed playing fairly deep. Same with Stewart in left, even with the lefty up. The 1-1 delivery is swung on and popped up. Short left field, the shortstop Morton on the run. Stewart comes in. Oh, what happens here? And the ball drops between the two of them. It bounces in foul territory. Stewart picked it up. He tries to throw the third to get Elliott, not in time. Darling crosses the plate. What in the world happened there? Guess the wind might have taken it as well. It looked like it was going to... I'm surprised that Stewart wasn't able to get to it. I mean, Morton gave a heck of an effort from the shortstop spot, so it's going to be an RBI single for Cal Darling. Or excuse me, for Jake Morrill. Now he's up to... That's his first RBI of the season. Actually, might as well give him a double on that. He was probably going to make it to second no matter what. Second and third, still nobody out, and the lefty Gage Wolf takes a curveball for a strike. Now 2-0 Blue Caps. That was a bizarre play. That ball was in the air forever, too. The 0-1 delivery is fouled straight back. Now 0-2 the count. So the middle infielders for the Merchants will play back. The second baseman, Kahn, playing Wolf to pull a step or so into the grass cutout. Actually, the corner infielders are back, too. The 0-2 pitch. Breaking ball misses high. Bit of a harder breaking ball that time from Walker. Wolf struck out his only time up in the first. Boy, Stewart is very deep in left still. The 1-2 pitch, that curveball's in there for a called strike 3. He seemed to know it. Third strikeout of the evening for Walker, now 1 away with men on second and third. That brings up John Shuey. He singled his first time up to eventually start a string of 4 straight hits to net a run for the Blue Caps. Infield still playing back for the Merchants, except Mason Nauman at third. He's about even with the bag. First pitch to the right-hander, and another curveball misses high. Steady dose of breaking pitches from Mason Walker, at least in this inning. Out of the windup and the 1-0. Foul tipped off the glove of Bastidas. I know it's a right-hander up this time, but Stewart is way out there in left. Like, he is very deep. Everyone has their comfort zones. The 1-1 pitch is a fastball high. Walker, frustrated he missed his spot right there, so he takes a short walk around the mound. 2-1 the count. Elliott at third, Morrill at second. Here's the 2-1. Another curveball up and away. Well, it's one of those things, especially second time around. The more you throw that secondary pitch, the better idea the opposition gets. There's already action in the Blue Caps' pen. The 3-1 delivery. Fastball foul tipped into the glove of Bastidas. This would be huge to pick up back-to-back strikeouts for Walker. He's all ready to go as Shuey stepped out. Now both guys are set to go. Shuey waving the bat ever so gently above his head. Now he rests on his shoulder. The 3-2 pitch curveball. Ooh, on the outside corner for a called strike 3. John was ready to toss his bat aside. It looked like a pitcher's pitch. Got to give Walker credit, though. Back-to-back strikeouts with men on second and third and nobody out after arguably a defensive mistake. Still 2-0 Blue Caps, and it's left to Trey Blanchett. First pitch to him. Curveball check swing, and he did not go around. They do appeal the call late to the field umpire, Chris Smith. He said no swing. 4 strikeouts now for Walker. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Fastball way outside. You do have first base open for what it's worth, and at least in the early going, Walker has showed good, confident command of the strike zone. So you don't have to give in to Blanchett. Here's the 2-0 delivery. Fastball, grounder back towards the middle. Claycon, the second baseman, up with it, throws on the run in time to retire Blanchett. So a run does come across for the Blue Caps, but it could have been a heck of a lot worse. Good pitching job by Walker to get out of it. We'll head to the bottom of the second. 2-0 Blue Caps. Bottom of the second at the Corn Crib. 5, 6, 7 coming up for the Merchants as they trail 2-0. So after a long time on the bench, Jackson McDonald will get back to work in the second, trying to work consecutive shutdown innings. Right on right the matchup as McDonald set up the windup. First pitch fastball at the knees for a strike. This is some interesting positioning. The left fielder Nolan Bowles is shaded way over towards the line. And the next pitch right off the upper arm of Gallegos. So he's aboard with the hit by pitch. Well, now we'll see what the Merchants can do with the leadoff man on. It brings up Luca Morelli. Morelli doing the designated hitting tonight. Seeing him a bit behind the plate. Right on right the matchup as Morelli rests the bat on his shoulder. And the throw over the first, it gets away from Blanchett. It kicks off the screen in the bullpen. Up to second goes Gallegos. Likely a break for the Blue Caps. That ball could have easily ventured deeper into the bullpen, giving Gallegos a chance to go to third. Either way, an error on McDonald, his first error of the summer. Now a chance for the Merchants to at least manufacture something. The right fielder, Braden Elliott, also playing very deep, despite the wind blowing in. Good lead at second from Gallegos, and the first pitch to Morelli is a called strike. There was action last inning in the Blue Caps bullpen. That was just a lone guy who's just playing catch with himself out there on the screen. The 0-1 pitch is a little outside. Pretty good spot. Well, I'm not sure if you're able to hear this on your guys' end, but breeze is blowing straight into the press box now. It's very comfortable. The 1-1 is off the hands, a little looper out to third. Oof. The catch is made by Hunter Brewer as he knelt down. He practically picked the ball off the ground, battling the sun. He's not wearing any sunglasses for what it's worth. Well, the glare can still be significant even with it being a little overcast. An important first out, though. It brings up Jake Stewart. Stewart in the back of the left-handed box takes a fastball at the knees. Oh, there's a couple young-looking ball players walking down to their seats with some chicken tenders and ranch and a lemonade. One pitch is swung on and missed by Stewart. That sounds delicious right about now, but probably wouldn't be great for my stomach. And would make it tougher to call a game. So I'll just admire that from a distance. 0-2 the count to Stewart. One away, Gallegos at second, 2-0 Blue Caps. And the next one is looped in the left. Coming on is Bowles, and he makes the catch. He's shaded back towards left center. Now back-to-back fly ball outs, and it's the eighth man, Mason Nauman. Nauman getting the start at third today. Out of St. Ambrose University. Native of Pekin, Illinois? That's an interesting one. I'll go with Pekin for now. I like the ring of that. The shortstop, Shuey, holding on the runner at second, and the first pitch is fouled right off the leg of Nauman. He'll take a short walk around. He seems to be all right. Mason not going with the shin guard on the front leg. Looked like he indicated to the umpire that it got him off the foot, which in my opinion is much better than the shin. 0-1 the count now. We're set again. And the pitch by McDonald a little low. Chris McCormack is the guy out there who's made a few throws off the screen in the Blue Caps bullpen. So I wonder if he'll No, he's not going to come into the game. I don't know. Some guys just need to get the jitters out. Do some extra moving around. 1-1 the counts. I'm dancing at second. That one's looped into foul territory. Down the left field line. It'll drop foul into the Blue Caps bullpen. The third baseman, Brewer, gave it a look. Bowles also over. Really playing him to pull. The left-hander Nauman, at least, in the Blue Caps outfield. The center fielder Morrill is shaded way over to right center, and Elliott is still very deep. Well, a base hit to right will easily score Gallegos with 2 outs as McDonald steps off. A lot of dancing going on with the shortstop Shuey and Andrew Gallegos. The 1-2 with 2 outs. Just getting a piece of it is Nauman. Pretty good breaking ball right there. He had Mason out in front. The second baseman, Gage Wolf, is playing several steps into right field. 1-2 pitch, fastball, a little outside. It's McDonald trying to work out of a jam. He was able to work around a base runner in the first. And the next offering is popped up. To the right side, the first baseman, Trey Blanchett. Foul territory, comes running in, battling the glare, and he makes the catch. No runs, no hits, and a man left for the Merchants. We'll head to the top of the third. Blue Caps lead 2-0. Top of the third in the first game of our doubleheader. Blue Caps lead the Merchants 2-0. Cannon Klein, Nolan Bowles, and Hunter Brewer will be the scheduled hitters. Mason Walker is back out to work the third. Nobody up in the Merchants bullpen. Klein had an RBI single his only time up in the first. As he settles back in, first pitch of the third inning is rolled foul up the third base line. Uh-oh. Well, it was a pretty good play initially by the manager Dave Lingle in the third base coach's box. Then he spiked the throw back to the pitcher. Yeah, he let out an audible reaction. He knew right when he released it, it was not his best. My bad, he says. Pretty athletic play, though, overall. Well, and now Klein is walking back towards the plate. Maybe he broke his bat. That's never fun. Wood bats all around here in the Colonels Collegiate League. Now Walker's set again. The 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball a little outside. Yeah, this is a pretty steady, strong breeze. Definitely picking up. The 1-1 is a fastball a little outside. Well, how about it? Now all of a sudden, someone has just started throwing in the Merchants bullpen. The 2-1 pitch, down and away. Tyson Sorensen, the right-hander, up and loosening. 3-1 the count to start the third, and the pitch is in the dirt. So a leadoff walk. First free pass issued for Mason Walker. As Nolan Bowles walks to the plate, well, this will be our daily segment of local history. So Franklin Square is listed on the National Register of Historic Places. The neighborhood includes former homes of Illinois Governor and Vice President Adlai Stevenson, who served under Grover Cleveland, along with Governor Joseph Pfeiffer. The neighborhood is a small square park in the middle with a monument that has named inscriptions of all 700 McLean County soldiers who died in the Civil War. Swung on and missed at a breaking ball. Nolan Bowles off-balance swing that time. And I do have the good fortune of staying in the Franklin Square neighborhood. Very old neighborhood. Beautiful houses. But most of them, or at least a significant amount of them as the next pitch misses low, are well over 100 years old. Some are more run down than others. But it's a lively neighborhood. Actually, going through the park today, there was a local church out there doing a little grill out. Check on the runner at first. Klein dives back safely. Decent move by the lefty Walker. They offered me a burger, very kind of them, at the church grill out, but I didn't quite have the time. Maybe next time if they're back out. Next pitch is chopped foul towards third. Now 1-2 the count, 2-0 Blue Caps. Yeah, that's a pleasant neighborhood to walk through. A lot of big, thick trees that cover it. My mom especially, big fan of trees, and I do agree they generally make any neighborhood look nicer. A neighborhood feels naked without trees. The 1-2 pitch misses low. That is, of course, if you're just in an area that doesn't have any trees to begin with. 2-2 the count now. Merchant set up to turn 2. Not a big lead from Klein. And the 2-2 delivery, curveball misses away. Walker, he's battling, just has not had the feel for that breaking pitch. Whether he throws it outside or back inside. He's only really looked comfortable throwing it to the left-handers in this Blue Caps lineup. The 3-2 pitch, the runner doesn't go, and that one's lofted out to right. Down the line, on the run is Reed, and he makes the catch in fair territory. Klein draws the throw towards second. Now 1 away in the third, and it brings up Hunter Brewer. Brewer popped up with the bases loaded to end the first. Also had a chance to check out the farmers market. They have it every Saturday, or at the very least during the warm months every Saturday. What is it, 7:30 a.m. to noon? I think that's what it was. First pitch to Brewer is outside. Snap throw to first by the catch of Bastidas, and safe. It's Klein just able to get back ahead of the tag from Gallegos. Pretty good arm from Bastidas. First time I've had a chance to see him behind the plate. Daniel is 1 for 4 in throwing out base stealers. Breaking ball in the dirt, that's a good block by Daniel. Now 1-1 the count with 1 out. Yeah, chance to check out the farmers market. I tried to look up to see how long they've had it. I assume it's been a long time. Your classic farmers market, a chance to get the local farmers, other small businesses, a chance to interact with the public. Down low 2-1. I know my hometown in Ocean City, New Jersey, well, they don't really have farmers markets, but more, 2, 3, 4 times a year, some huge block parties in the downtown. 2-1 the count. Walker goes home, fouled at the plate. Sorensen continues to throw in the Merchants bullpen. Plenty of good-looking cheeses and locally raised meat. I got myself a pound of ground beef earlier. That'll be tomorrow's dinner, or part of it. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Curveball high. Yeah, whether it's the landing point or just the release point, Walker has not commanded that curveball well. You can almost eliminate it if you're a hitter. 3-2 the count now. We'll see if Klein takes off. Extra long hold from Walker. He does not go. The pitch is hit out of play to the right. Let's see. Some books were being sold. Ooh, some local jams and honey. In a couple weeks, I should run out of my honey, so that'll be my stop. It's only about a half-mile walk for me anyway. The 3-2 pitch, check swing. He did not go around, taken up high. Second walk of the inning issued by Walker. It puts him on first and second with one out. Blue Caps have put up single runs in the first and second, also already up to 7 hits. As time is called, we're going to get a meeting on the mound. Sorensen continues to throw. There's been no signal to the bullpen yet. The entire infield will come in as the 8th man, Darling, will bat. He singled and scored his only time up in the second. One of those meetings where I would assume Walker's being told that he only has a handful of hitters left anyway. Make the most of it and be aggressive in the strike zone. Granted, even with the 8th and 9th hitters, can't just throw a meatball or anything like that. We've seen the 8th man Darling, the 9th man Elliott hit 2 missiles in their first at-bats. Hopefully they're also telling Mason Walker that on the mound. Can't give anything up too pretty to the bottom of this order. At least the way they have it set up tonight. As the meeting concludes, the tall right-hander Cal Darling will settle his way into the box. Center fielder Horchum playing on the shallow side. Left fielder Jake Storch shaded towards the alleyway despite it being his pull side. First pitch curveball, that's a good one for a called strike. Might be the best one we've seen in the early evening from Walker. Might have surprised Darling a bit. I did say a second ago you could all but eliminate that pitch. 0-1 the count, 2-0 Blue Caps. Klein at second, Brewer at first. Pretty big lead at second from Cannon Klein. And the 0-1 pitch is on the ground, back towards the middle, handled by the second baseman Kahn. Touches the second base bag himself over the first, plenty of time for the 4-3 double play. An effective mound meeting, double play, and Mason Walker able to work around a couple walks. We'll go to the bottom of the third. Merchants looking to pick up their first hit and get on the board. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Colonels Collegiate League YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. Bottom of the third in the first game of our doubleheader. 9-1-2 coming up for the Merchants. Nate Reed, then Horcham and Kahn. And the Blue Caps are going to the bullpen a bit earlier than I expected. Dave Lingle has opted to bring in Chris McCormack. McCormack, the right-hander out of Iowa Central Community College, native of Naperville, Illinois. First pitch to the left-hander Reed is in the dirt. So the line done for Jackson McDonald. 2 shutout innings, no hits, a walk and a hit batter, no strikeouts. Merchants couldn't really do much of anything against him. Curveball in for a strike to Reed. So Reed is first at bat of the day. That curveball spiked about 55 feet. So 3 curveballs to open the outing for McCormack. A little surprised to see him come in, mostly because he wasn't really throwing to a catcher out there. Fastball swung on and missed. Really just doing a lot of throwing into the screen by himself. 2-2 the count to open the third. McCormack out of the windup, he deals. Swung on and missed. Looked like some extra sink on that fastball. First strikeout of the evening for McCormack. That'll bring up Ashton Horcham, the leadoff man. Flew out to right to open the home first. Merchants trailing the Blue Caps 2-0. Really haven't done anything offensively. First pitch to the left-hander on the outside corner for a strike. Kind of a violent delivery from McCormack. Now 1 curveball misses low. Everything seems to be sinking down and away from the left-handed hitters. The 1-1 pitch with 1 out. That curveball comes up short of the plate, 2-1. Tyson Sorensen continues to throw in the Merchants bullpen. I did get the word from downstairs that he will enter the game. So the day is done for Mason Walker. The 2-1 pitch. Bouncer foul to the right of the plate. So the count moves to 2-2. Steady breeze still coming in from center field. There's a few Bobcats players who have started batting practice in the cages beyond the center field wall. Outside 3-2. Very comfortable evening in the Midwest. That was not the case a couple nights ago. With the hailstorm that came in, boy, was that a humid night. 3-2 pitch, slow roller out to short, charging it is Shuey. He sets his feet, throws across, plenty of time to get Horcham. Smooth play by John Shuey. And 2 up, 2 down now for McCormack out of the bullpen. And Clay Kahn will be the next man. You almost have to think about a speedy guy like Horcham, who's just retired, and now Kahn. You think about trying to bunt to try and jumpstart the offense. Still no hits for the Merchants. Outside to Kahn, 1-0 the count. Or even if the left-hander tries to bring it up the line with him, Gage Wolf is way out in shallow right field. 2-0 the count. First baseman Blanchett is playing back at the grass cutout. And the 2-0 curveball is in for a strike. How about that? 2-0 curveball with the bases clear. Next offering, that fastball, and he gets the call on the outside corner. Kahn, not a fan of the call by Harrison. We've seen a couple pitchers pitches at times towards the outer half. And the 2-2 pitch, curveball, that's right there for a called strike 3. That time Kahn seemed to know it. So a couple strikeouts for Chris McCormack out of the bullpen. He works a 1-2-3 third. Good effort from the mound so far for the Blue Caps. We'll head to the top of the fourth. 2-0 Blue Caps. we're set for the top of the fourth, and as I mentioned an inning ago, Tyson Sorensen in the game in relief of Mason Walker. Sorensen, his third game of the summer. He's gone 4 innings overall. He's had a couple of hits, 3 runs, none of them earned. Well, keep an eye on the walks. He's walked 6, and he did not show the best command in his warm-ups. First pitch to the 9th man, Braden Elliott misses low. Elliott doubled his first time up in the 2nd. Sorensen going out of the stretch exclusively in the middle of the rubber. Next pitch is swung on off the end of the bat, slow roll to short. Cody Morton up with it, and he has plenty of time to throw out Elliott. So way away in the 4th, it brings up the leadoff man, Jake Morrill. And the line done for Mason Walker. Didn't have his best stuff, but he definitely battled. 3 innings, 7 hits, just the 2 runs to go with 2 walks and 4 strikeouts. He made some big pitches in key spots with men in scoring position. Able to get out of a 2nd and 3rd, nobody out jam in the 2nd, as well as bases loaded in the 1st. First pitch misses low to Morrill. Jake an RBI an RBI double his last time up, so he's 1 for 2. Standing right on top of the plate with an open stance, and he takes low. He has that back foot right on the chalk line in the batter's box towards the plate. And that front leg slightly open. 2-0 delivery, misses outside. It clanks off the glove of Bastidas. Now 3-0 the count. We'll see if Morrill takes all the way. I would likely say no, especially in a developmental league. Well, he takes the next pitch outside, so a 4-pitch walk issued by Sorensen. Now it's Gage Wolf's turn. He struck out twice tonight, so that's one happy camper to not see Mason Walker again. That's an interesting walk-up song. Little merengue right there. Wolf with the high socks, open stance in the left-handed box. Merchants look to turn 2. The first pitch is in the dirt. Handled by Bastida, snapped to the first on 1 hop. It's off the glove of Gallegos, and it kicks in front of him. Morrill with a pretty good-sized lead. Not the biggest hole on the right side. The second baseman, Kahn, playing Wolf to pull. 1-0 pitch, slide step, low. Well, another good hitters count, and now 6 in a row. 6 straight misses by Sorensen. The third baseman, Nauman, about even with the bag. And the 2-0 pitch is way inside. I think you have to take right here if you're Wolf. You know coming in that Sorensen has battled his command. And he's missed with 7 straight. Shorter lead at first from Morrill. Actually, he's inching off even further now. And the next offering is low. So back-to-back 4-pitch walks now issued by Sorensen. Blue Caps already lead 2-0. Love to try and take advantage of this situation. John Shuey's the next man. A single and a run scored in the first. Strikeout in the second. About that, we're getting a request from manager Dave Lingle, manager of the Blue Caps, about a walk-up song for one of the guys. Russell Dickerson. I don't know a lot of music, but I like his music. Right on left the matchup, and Shuey swings the first pitch and hits it out of play. Towards the bleachers. There's somebody throwing in the Blue Caps pen. Looks like a yellow ball. Is that a softball? What in the world could he be throwing out there? Now, it doesn't look big enough to be a softball. Can't be a tennis ball. Down and away, 1-1. The shortstop, Morton, keeping Morrill close at second. Gage Wolf over at first. Merchants would love a double play ball as they trail by 2. And the 1-1 pitch, that's it hard into right. That's going to drop in for a hit. Morrill's in the third. He runs through the stop sign. The throw's cut off, now coming to the plate. And Jake Morrill is out by a mile at home. Oh, there's the manager, Dave Lingle, gesturing him, hey, I put the stop sign up. It's probably a polite way to put that. So a good job by Reed and Gallegos to get the out at the plate. Sorensen will definitely appreciate it, keeping the score at 2-0. Gage Wolf stopped at second, and now already 8 hits for the Blue Caps. Shuey 2 for 3. Now Trey Blanchett the hitter, so 9-3-2 for those keeping score at home. First pitch misses outside. Yeah, there's not much more that Dave Lingle in the coach's box could have done. He had that stop sign up early. Right fielder Reed still playing pretty deep with the wind blowing in. Swing and a miss. Now 1-1 to Blanchett, who singled in the first and bounced out to second in the second. Boy, the Blue Caps have had a ton of base runners. Now I can report that the reliever in the Blue Caps bullpen is throwing a normal baseball now. Somebody doing some stretching in the Merchants pen. Next pitch is outside. It pops out of the glove of Bastidas just for a second. Sorensen very deliberate right now. He's walked 2 guys, but thanks to a base running mistake, a chance to work out of the 4th. He's set to go. Next pitch is way outside again. 3-1 the count to Blanchett. Look, it's never a fun feeling for any pitcher when he knows he doesn't quite have his release point or whether it's the balance point. It's always something mechanical that's a little off. He has a close stance and a fastball misses inside. That's the 3rd walk of the inning issued by Sorensen, and it loads the bases with 2 outs. Klein, the batter, RBI single in the first. He walked in the 3rd. So now a combined 5 walks issued by Merchants pitching. An extra second for Klein to take his gear off as he walks to the plate now. Stretching continues for the lone man in the Merchants pen. The reliever in the Blue Caps bullpen continues to throw. So a base hit should score 2. Everybody in the Merchants outfield playing deep. Wolf at third, Shuey at second, Blanchett at first. Sorensen, who works exclusively out of the stretch. First pitch swinging is Klein, and he hits it out of play foul. There's a few youngsters who's looking in the direction of the foul ball, who thought about going after it, but they're going to park it back in their seat. Infield playing very deep, just trying to knock it down. Both teams for our next game out taking their batting practice. And the 0-1 is looped into right, down the line. Nate Reed, actually that ball carried pretty well. He's able to make the catch in fair territory. For the second time in this game, the Blue Caps leave the bases loaded. No runs, a hit, and 3 men left to go along with a base running mistake. We'll go to the bottom of the 4th. Merchants trail 2-0. We're set to go for the bottom of the fourth. Chris McCormick will get back to work for his second inning out of the bullpen. After working a 1-2-3 third, he'll face the 3-4-5 hitters, Morton, Bastidas, and Gallegos for the Merchants. McCormick out of the windup, and his first pitch of the fourth is a called strike. I think I might have been fooled. The catcher Klein was set up inside to the right-hander. He missed his spot, but I guess it still caught the plate. 0-1 delivery, a curveball, a little upstairs. Morton walked his only time up in the first. One of only 2 base runners for the Merchants, who have yet to record a hit. Out in front is Morton on a breaking ball, 1-2. My gosh. Elliott is really deep and right. 1-2 pitch, curveball right there for a called strike 3. Morton was already walking back to the dugout. Already 3 strikeouts now in an inning and a third for McCormick. Now it's Daniel Bastidas. He lined out sharply to right in the first. Really the only ball that a Merchants hitter is squared up. I mean, the wind is blowing in. So it's just confusing why Elliott is so deep and right. Fastball misses high. Like even in Prospect League games, most guys don't play that deep to the opposite field. Curveball way upstairs. Bastidas goes leaning out of the way of it. Well, now that reliever, it looks like he's throwing a black weighted baseball in the Blue Caps pen. 2-0 pitch. That's a curveball in for a strike. So we've seen him throw what could have been a softball, then a regular baseball, now the weighted ball. Never been a fan of the weighted baseball, to be honest. 2-1 pitch, curveball spiked in the dirt. Now 3-1. Well, there's a ball from the batting cages that entered the field. Looked like Elliott went to retrieve it. Now 3-1, here's the pitch. On the inside corner for a called strike, Bastidas started walking towards first base. So he gets called back. 3-2 the count. The Merchants trail 2-0. 1 out, bases clear, bottom of the fourth. McCormick has his sign and he kicks and deals. Swung on and missed. A nasty, tight breaking ball. Another strikeout. Already 4 now for McCormick. Back-to-back to start the fourth. Yeah, that was sharp. That's a pitch that would get a lot of Prospect League hitters swinging. Now it's Gallegos' turn. Hit by a pitch is only time up in the second. Fastball misses low. Andrew Gallegos is the only Merchants batter that's made it to scoring position. And that came on a throwing error from Jackson McDonald on the pickoff. 1-0 pitch, curveball hit foul. Now the reliever in the Blue Caps pen back to throwing a regular baseball. Here's the 1-1. Curveball spiked low again. I mean, that guy's throwing so much. It makes me wonder if he's actually just throwing a regular bullpen session with no plans of coming into the game. The 2-1 with 2 outs. Fastball. Gallegos came up empty. A bit out in front of that pitch, actually. Nobody up now in the Merchants pen. The 2-2 with 2 away. Curveball hit foul. Lackluster effort in the third base coach's box by Tanner Schreiber. Well, just waited patiently for the guys in the Blue Caps pen to throw it back. The 2-2 again with the bases clear. Up and in with a breaking ball. That's a few breaking pitches now in this at-bat where McCormick hasn't had the same feel. See if he goes back to it. 3-2 with 2 outs. He does go with the curve, and it's hit foul. Schreiber, once again, not the best effort in the box. Didn't bother to move his feet. Outfield playing fairly deep all the way around now for the Blue Caps, but the right fielder Elliott still the deepest. The payoff pitch again. That's it pretty well out to right. Elliott, he's playing deep. On the run, looking up. He reaches over, and that ball is gone. A home run for Andrew Gallegos. The first hit of the night for the Merchants and their first run. Andrew Gallegos, the opposite field shot. He's cut it to a 2-1 deficit. Goodness, that ball jumped, and I promise you, the wind is blowing in from right. But that ball just kept carrying and carrying, and even with Elliott playing as deep as he was, wasn't able to get to the spot to try and bring it back over that half wall. That ball got out of here in a hurry, too. We don't have any kind of StatCast or TrackMan, but love to see the exit velo. Curveball to Luca Morelli in for a called strike. Oh, that changed the energy of this ballpark. Curveball misses down and away. McCormick a little chuckle at himself. That ball bounced up there about 54 feet. 2 outs and the base is clear. McCormick is allowed 1, trying to work out of it. Swing and a miss at a heater. Now 1-2 again. The fastball's been Chris McCormick's best pitch, at least this inning. Or most of this inning. He goes for the curveball, and it's lined on one hop through the hole on the left side for a hit. Now back-to-back 2-out knocks, and Morelli's aboard. That was a hanger on the breaking pitch that time. So it brings up the 7th man, Jake Stewart. Flew out to left in the second. And he swings the first pitch and lines it into center. That's going to be a hit. 3 straight hits now for the Merchants. And all of a sudden, the offense seems to have woken up. With 2 outs in the 4th, Merchants had yet to put up a hit. Then the home run by Gallegos, which appears to be his first of the summer. Yes, that is the case. Make sure I'm reading this around the page. Also, the second big fly of the summer for the Merchants as a team. And time is called. Here comes the manager, Dan Lingle. The entire infield has come in. No signal to the bullpen. That reliever's still throwing out there. Let's see. He put a baseball down. Now he has another one in his hand. Now he's jogging back towards the bullpen bench. It's a long meeting. None of the umpires have come to break it up yet, but could just be one of those things where try and give your pitcher a little break after all of a sudden getting hit around a little bit to go, hey, we're only 1 out from getting out of this. Just make a couple more pitches. And as the meeting concludes, Luca Morelli goes back to second, Jake Stewart back to first, and Mason Nauman will be the hitter. Popped out to first, his only time up. The Blue Caps, who have left a small army of guys on base, despite 8 hits, only leading 2-1. They've let the Merchants hang around. And goodness, the outfielders are still playing so deep where a hit should easily score Morelli. Checks the runner at second once, he goes home, and that curveball's high. Chris McCormick has definitely thrown more curves than fastballs, at least in this inning. But he has not had good command with it for the most part. The shortstop Shuey keeping the runner close, and that curveball's in for a strike. I mean, you can't eliminate the fastball by any means, but at this point, it's nothing more than a show pitch for McCormick. The 1-1 delivery. Check swing, and Nauman goes around. The ball got away from Klein, and up to third goes Morelli without a throw. Stewart did not follow from first. Well, that all comes down to the secondary. Really good base running from Luca. I'm surprised Nauman went after it. That pitch bounced well short of the plate. So 1-2 the count. There goes the runner at first, and that curveball's in for a called strike 3. So Chris McCormick does pick up 3 strikeouts in the inning, but the damage is done thanks to the home run by Andrew Gallegos. The Merchants leave 2. We head to the top of the 5th. Blue Caps leading 2-1. we're back for the top of the fifth in our 7-inning affair. Tyson Sorensen back to work on the mound for the Merchants, his second inning out of the bullpen. He was able to escape a bases-loaded jam in the fourth. Bowles, Brewer, and Darling, 6, 7, 8, will be the hitters for the Blue Caps. Blue Caps with 8 hits and throw 5 more walks in there that they've drawn, only 2 runs. Swing and a foul at the plate by Bowles, 0-1. Nolan a single in the first, flew out to right in the third. As the ball clanked off the catcher Bastidas, so everyone's giving him a couple extra seconds. Both the Bobcats and ground Sloths continue to take batting practice beyond the center field wall. Breeze has calmed down a bit, the flag barely moving at all in right center. Sorensen out the stretch, fastball misses up and in. Tyson does have a good arm, but it's finding that consistent command. So just got word from Dave Lingle, Max Bryant will be the next pitcher for the Blue Caps. Swung on and missed by Bowles, he's behind 1-2. I do love this group me that the commissioner, Nick Roseman, set up. Makes it so much easier with all these subs. Especially since just the way things have to work with Game Changer. I don't have live stats in front of me. A little old school. 1-2 pitch is roped foul down the third base line. Is it ricochets off the bench in the bullpen for the Blue Caps. So Reed and Horcham in right and center are playing a little more shallow. Storton left fairly deep. 1-2 the count as Sorensen comes set. And he deals upstairs. There's 3 young gentlemen hanging out by the Merchants dugout. Wonder if they're trying to get some autographs. For now, seemingly just having a conversation. And the 2-2 pitch again. Fouled straight back. Pretty good rip at it from Bowles. Looks like a few more people are starting to settle into the ballpark in anticipation for the second game of our doubleheader. That one will start about 20 minutes after this game ends, or 6:30. Whichever comes last or later. The next pitch was hit foul. Wait a minute, hold on. I might have my words mixed up. Yeah, I think it would be whatever comes last. 'Cause they did say on the social media that game 2 starts at 6:30. The 2-2 pitch again to open the fifth. Swing and a foul tip into the glove of Bastidas. First strikeout tonight for Sorensen. And it brings up Hunter Brewer. Blue Caps still leading 2-1, but well, it's a lot closer than it really feels. The Blue Caps have dominated for the most part, other than actually pushing runs across. Not very good numbers with runners in scoring position and a base running mistake. Slide step down and away to Brewer. He walked his last time up in the third, also popped out in the first. Wind is really picking up now, blowing straight in from center. 1-0 delivery. That swung on, hit hard into right. Reed a few steps over towards the line. He has a beat on it and puts it away. 2 up, 2 down in the fifth for the Blue Caps, and Cal Darling's the hitter. Darling a single and a run scored in the second, a ground out to second in the third. Blue Caps with 2 runs, 8 hits, 1 error. Merchants 1 run, 3 hits, no errors. It's been a pretty clean game defensively too. Everyone's making all the routine plays. First pitch to the right-hander is lined out of play foul. There's somebody back up and throwing in the Merchants bullpen. Owen won the count as Sorensen comes set. You can hear some emergency vehicles off in the distance. High bouncer back towards the middle. Backhanded by the second baseman, Kahn, but he has no play to first. His momentum just took him well over into shallow left center. So the 9th hit of the evening for the Blue Caps. It gives them a 2-out base runner. Now it's Braden Elliott. 1 for 2 with a double. You wonder if the Blue Caps will send Darling, especially with 2 outs. He's stolen 1 base in his only attempt this season. First pitch swinging and fouled straight back by Elliott. That was a pretty good rip. And once again, Bastidas, we've seen already, he has a good arm. Pretty aggressive with throwing behind runners. So I wonder if Darling can find a pitch to run on. Not an aggressive lead, though. That's a short lead. The 0-1 on the ground to the left side. Handled by the third baseman, Nauman. Across the diamond, he's able to retire Elliott. So a really good inning that time from Sorensen. No runs, 1 hit, and a man left for the Blue Caps. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th. Blue Caps still lead 2-1. We're set to go for the bottom of the 5th. Max Bryant, the new pitcher for the Blue Caps. Second time we've seen him this summer. A couple innings, has not allowed a run. Only 1 hit to go with that. So he'll face the 9-hitter Reed, then Horcham and Kahn. Blue Caps clinging to that 2-1 lead right now. In a game that's had a ton of base runners, especially for the Blue Caps. But on the scoreboard, the pitcher's duel. Bryant out of the windup misses low to Reed, who struck out his only time up in the 3rd. That coming against Chris McCormick. Bryant working quickly deals another fastball low. Bryant with a pretty good arm out of the College of DuPage. Slow roller foul towards first. Native of Ladd, Illinois. That's another name. L-A-D-D. Well, somebody out there once upon a time must have been named Ladd. The 2-1 pitch. Down low again with a heater. So Bryant trying to find that release point. The Blue Caps have only walked a combined 1 guy. Well, that'll change right there. Went with a 3-1 curveball, and he misses down and in. Very odd to see. So a leadoff walk for the Merchants puts the tying run on base. Ashton Horcham, the hitter. He's 0 for 2. And the line done for Chris McCormick. A couple innings, 3 hits, and the run on the homer by Gallegos. No walks, 4 strikeouts. Center fielder Jake Morrill once again playing in right center with the lefty Horcham at the plate and a curveball in for a strike. Max Bryant sporting the light pink glove. Out the stretch, short leg kick. Showing bunt is Horchme. Pulls it back, and it's a called strike. I like the idea, but Horchme showed bunt very late. Now he chokes up on the bat ever so slightly. The 0-2 pitch, that's ripped down the right field line, but it's going to hook foul into that wood fireplace area. There's a young man to go pick up the foul ball. Wow, this wind is really picked up. I don't know if you guys can, you probably can hear the wind right now. It is blustering straight in from center. 0-2 pitch in there for a called strike 3. First punch out for Bryant, 1 out in the bottom of the 5th. Blue Caps still leading 2-1. Several Bobcats and ground sloths guys just sitting and waiting at the top of the hill in right center, just outside of the locker room, as Clay Kahn is the next man. So batting practice is wrapping up. First pitch breaking ball to Kahn, misses up and in. Kahn 0 for 2 with a strikeout. Yeah, that wind just picked up out of nowhere. The 1-0 curve misses away to the lefty. I'm still amazed how deep all these outfielders are playing. Like, it really makes no sense to me. 2-0 pitch, misses in. I mean, obviously no coach has signaled to them to adjust their positioning. So that's either on their own or they're instructed to play deep. 3-0 pitch is at the knees for a strike. Kahn seemed to think that was low. 3-1 the count with Reed at first after walking to lead off the 5th. All sorts of room in left center. And Bryant goes to first. Reed dives back safely ahead of the tag. Reed has stolen the base and has also been caught once as the 3-1 misses outside. Second walk of the inning issued by Bryant. That puts men on first and second with 1 out. Now the tying and go-ahead runs on base for the Merchants. And it brings up Morton. I was here to see just a couple nights ago. Morton clearing a base is on a rocket to right center. And right center is wide open right now. The center fielder Morrow playing straight up. Everybody's deep. Curveball misses away. It wouldn't be the worst idea to pitch around Morton, but do you have the confidence with Bryant right now to execute his command if he loaded the bases? Curveball out in front is Morton. He comes up empty. Tons of breaking pitches from a lot of these pitchers tonight. Hasn't mattered what the count is. At times, I've seen way more breaking balls than fastballs. Bryant checks the runner at second once, now goes home. Swing and a pop-up, middle of the infield. Are they going to call? Yep, infield fly is called, and the shortstop, John Shuey, makes the catch. Right now, can't take anything for granted in the air with this wind. It is gusting. You can even see on the flag, straight in from center. 2 outs in the 5th. Bastidas will be the hitter. Lined out sharply to right in the 1st. Struck out his last time up in the 4th. Merchants with only 3 hits, being out-hit 9-3, yet only trailing 2-1. Reed, the tying run at second, and a curveball misses away. That was a big out right there for Bryant to get Morton. Outfield still fairly deep. A single should tie it. Curveball in the dirt, blocked by Klein. Able to keep the base runners where they're at. That was a great play. Klein's had a very good night. Yeah, this breeze is steady. It's comforting, though, at the same time. It resembles the ocean breeze during the summer. That one's outside. It gets away from Klein to the backstop. Both runners will advance. Reed to third and Kahn to second. Not much Klein could have done. Bryant just pulled that pitch into the left-handed box. So 3-0 the count to Bastidas. See if he gets a green light. Waiting on deck is Gallegos. 3-0 pitch. A 3-0 curveball misses inside. This is bewildering to me. It'll load the bases with 2 outs. Third walk of the inning issued. So Gallegos, the batter, who homered his last time up in the 4th, and Brian opted to go the 3-0 curveball to Daniel Bastidas. I don't know. Baseball's changed. First pitch curveball, that's in for a strike to Gallegos. Andrew also hit by a pitch in the 2nd. Bases loaded, 2 outs. The next one is fouled straight back. Big time at bat now. Gallegos behind in the count, 0-2. Bryant, who's walked 3 guys this inning, coming out of the bullpen, trying to work out of a jam. Going out of the windup. He's shaken off 3 pitches. Now he has his sign. Here's the 0-2. Just outside. That didn't miss by much. Reed at third, Kahn at second, Bastidas at first. 2-1 Blue Caps. The 1-2. Hit in the air to right, out of play, foul. Trey Blanchett gave it a look. Wind continues to blow. Both teams at the edge of their dugouts. The 1-2 again, misses outside. He tried another breaking ball. Gallegos stepped out for a second. Short leads all the way around. A single will likely still score 2. All the outfielders still playing deep. Respecting the power of Gallegos. He waves the bat, and Bryant steps off. He wants Klein to go through the signs again. Even some of the banners beyond the outfield are going now. The 2-2 pitch. Rocketed into right. Elliott coming on. He makes the two-handed catch. Pretty good positioning right there. So Max Bryant dances with danger. 3 walks, but the Merchants not able to push it across. We're through 5 full at the Corn Crib. Blue Caps still hanging on to a 2-1 lead. We're set to go for the 6th. Blue Caps still leading 2-1. Top of the order for the Blue Caps coming up. Morrill, Wolf, and Shuey. And Brett Granger will be the new pitcher. Granger, 4 total innings. This will be his 3rd game of the summer. Working out of the stretch exclusively. First pitch swung on and missed by Morrill. Morrill, an RBI double in the 2nd, a walk in the 4th, and a strikeout in the 1st. Set at the letters, he goes home, and the 0-1 is a called strike. Breeze continues to float in from center field. A bit more than a breeze. The 0-2's up and away. There is somebody throwing in the Blue Caps bullpen and another guy walking down there. 2 runs on 9 hits and an error for the Blue Caps. A run, 3 hits, and an error for the Merchants. Swing and a miss at a high fastball. Second time Morrill has gone down on strikes. So 1 away for Granger. The line complete for Tyson Sorensen. A couple innings on relief for Mason Walker. No runs allowed, 3 walks, a strikeout, and a couple hits. So worked around a couple base runners. Well, more than a couple base runners. Gage Wolf, who struck out twice, walked his last time, fouls the first pitch out of play. Owen won the count with 1 out. Nobody up in the Merchants' pen, just a Bobcat player using a foam roller down there. The 0-1 is looped out of play to the left. It is likely Mitchell Wilson, the starting pitcher for the Bobcats, using the foam roller down there. The 0-2 pitch misses high. 1-2 the count to Wolf. So the Blue Caps left the bases loaded in the 1st. Left men with 2nd and 3rd and nobody out in the second. Had a man thrown out at the plate in the 4th. Upstairs 2-2. So with all that, 3 innings where Blue Caps could have put up some crooked numbers. Just the single runs in the 1st and 2nd, and a run in the 4th for the Merchants. The 2-2 with 1 out is on the ground to 2nd. Clay Kahn over, and a toss to 1st. 2 outs in the 6th. Now it's John Shuey's turn. Shuey 2 for 3 tonight to go with a run scored in the 1st. Second baseman Kahn playing him to pull from the left-handed batter's box. First pitch fastball just inside. Everybody for the ground Sloths and Bobcats just watching and waiting. Granger out of the stretch, set just below the letters. A deep breath. 1-0 curveball. Swung on and missed. Couldn't tell if that was a knuckleball, but that pitch came in very slow. Now 1-1 the count. And the pitch. In the dirt, 2-1. Well, and that's Vanderheit, who's for the ground Sloths, who's getting loose in the third base bullpen. Well, he went back over the fence now. Fouled at the plate, 2-2. So Granger trying to work a 1-2-3-6 against the top of the Blue Caps order. 2 outs, nobody on. 2-2 to Shuey. Shuey on paper the most dangerous guy in the Blue Caps order. Swing and a miss. 2 strikeouts in the inning for Brett Granger. He tosses a 1-2-3-6. And we'll head to the home 6. Merchants still trailing 2-1. We're set to go for the bottom of the 6th. Max Bryant back out on the mound, his second inning out of the bullpen for the Blue Caps as they sit on a 2-1 lead. Morelli, Stewart, and Nauman the batters. Merchants only 3 hits. Left the bases loaded in the fifth. First pitch taken inside, 1-0. Bryant working very quickly. Curveball, that's upstairs. Not sure quite where that missed. 2-0 pitch, good rip at it by Morelli. He fouls it back. Lucas singled his last time up in the 4th, has also popped out. There is a left-hander. Nope, he's a right-hander, never mind, who's going to get up in the Blue Caps pen. Swing and a miss by Morelli. Count even at 2-2. Nobody up in the Merchants' pen. And the pitch down and away. Stewart waits on deck. So a game that's really slowed down towards the later innings. It's a 3-2 pitch coming in. Misses up high. The walks have been piling up later in the game. Tons of base runners, but really nobody capitalizing. I think we have only 1 hit combined with a runner in scoring position. And that was on a ball that arguably should have been caught and left. Showing bunt is Stewart. It's a good one towards third. Barehanding is Brewer. No throw, and everybody's going to be safe. Infield hit for Jake Stewart. For the second straight inning, the Merchants have the tying and go-ahead runs on base as they trail 2-1. That was a wise decision, too, by Brewer to just put that one in his pocket. Wonder if the bunt ended up catching the Blue Caps by surprise. Well, now we'll see if Nauman will bunt. First and second with nobody out. He does not square, and a breaking ball is taken high. Bryant walked 3 guys in the 5th, able to work out of the trouble. Now a walk and a bunt single. 1-0 pitch, and Nauman, who did not square, takes a strike. Mason Nauman with the light blue bat. Blue Caps still loosely anticipating the bunt. They've backed up a little. He doesn't square here, and the pitch is called a strike. I am very confused by this strategy. Not sure if Stewart showed bunt on his own, but why not have Nauman square around? The 1-2 pitch is, well, maybe that's why. Through the hole on the right side for a hit. Morelli had to make sure it wasn't caught. Oh, what happens here? We have a fight on the field. Brewer, the third baseman, and the runner Morelli are going at it. I don't know what in the world happened there. Morelli got the stop sign. He was rounding third. You wonder if Brewer was in the way, so there might have been a bit of a collision. Then all of a sudden, you had some pushing and shoving. The third base coach, Tanner Schreiber, separated the bunch. And let's see. It looks like Hunter Brewer might have been ejected. How about this? Morelli has been awarded the plate. So obstruction was also the call against Hunter Brewer. There's no argument about this right now from the Blue Caps pen. So let's see. Now the guy in the bullpen is coming in to play third. So Hunter Brewer is out of the game. Jake Stewart is at second. Nauman, who just singled on a 2-strike pitch, is at first. And for what it's worth, it's a tie ball game right now, the mild fisticuffs aside. Well, there goes Hunter Brewer. He has his bag, and he's going to take the long walk through the field to go back to the clubhouse. This is going to take a second. Looks like he has some words for both umpires, too, on his way out. I don't know what he could possibly say. He's still talking to the field umpire as Chris Smith following him a bit towards center field. Oh, now Brewer some words for Jake Stewart at second. Well, obviously I'm up here, I'm not down there. Now the manager, Dave Lingle, is talking to the home plate umpire, Pat Harrison, in foul territory by the third base coach's box. Tanner Schreiber is also out there. I don't know. So I was looking at the ball initially, then all of a sudden I picked up Morelli, who was rounding third. I'm not sure if Hunter Brewer intentionally tried to get in the way of the runner, but it clearly was in his way as obstruction was rightfully called. I mean, now both managers are talking about this, but from the just from looking in, especially with the way Brewer's exiting, a very poor showing of sportsmanship. Now he's just exited past the gate in right center. He's walking up the hill past the growing corn gardens and past both the Bobcats and ground sloths guys. I have no clue who the guy on third even is. I'm guessing he is not a regular position player. I've not received a text. There's no way I'd be able to see his number. We have a tie game at 2, again, everybody, after all that hugabaloo. It's the 9th man Reed, who walked his last time up, also struck out. He swings the first pitch out to second, handled by Gage Wolf. To second for one, back over the first, in time! A 4-6-3 double play. Up to third goes Stewart. And now 2 away here in the 6th. That's a big-time way to bounce back for Max Bryant on the mound after a long delay with the fight and ejection. And 2 outs and a chance for the Blue Caps to escape this game still tied. First pitch swing is Horcham. He lines it to right center, but right there to make the play is Jake Morrill. He puts the squeeze on it. The Merchants able to put a run on across, but a double play limits them to just 1. And an ejection to go along with it. We'll head to the top of the 7th. A tie game at 2. We're set to go for the top of the 7th. Top of the last, everybody. A tie ball game at 2. So Hunter Brewer, who was ejected after an obstruction call at third and initiating a fight, he's out of the game. Brett Granger back on the mound for the Merchants, working his second inning. Foul ball by Trey Blanchett. So a couple changes. Noah Company takes over at first in the place of Andrew Gallegos. So he'll bat in the 5 hole. Blake Roundtree was the guy who came in to play third last inning, and he's, at least for now, still in the game in the 7th spot. 0-1 pitch. Slow breaking ball again. In for a called strike to Trey. He's 1 for 2 with a single in the first. Also drew a walk. Merchants were able to tie the game in the 6th. Game where pushing runs across has been tough, but getting base runners hasn't been. Upstairs 2-2. Roundtree, very odd to see him come into the game. He's listed as a starting pitcher. That's for one. And he was loosening up in the bullpen initially. So perhaps he was the only guy loose. Swung on and missed by Blanchett. Already the 3rd strikeout for Granger in his 2nd inning of work. Now it's Cannon Klein. Granger trying to work a scoreless 7th and give the Merchants a chance to walk it off. Klein an RBI single in the 1st, a walk in the 3rd, flew out to right his last time up. Breeze continues to blow in strongly from center. Both starting pitchers for the next game also loosening up themselves. Curveball over the head of Klein. Once again, everybody, 20 minutes following the conclusion of this game, the Bobcats and Ground Sloths will get started. Up and in with a fastball, 2-0 the count. And if we remain tied, we would go to a home run derby. I don't think we've seen any of those yet. I know I haven't. 2-0 is popped up over my head foul. I'll have to try and double check the exact rules for the home run derby. Two and one the count, 1 out, top of the 7th. The base is clear in a 2-2 tie. Granger set, and the curveball is up and in. And I just sent a message in the group chat, see if someone can explain to me how a potential home run derby would work again. The 3-1 pitch. That ball's hit pretty hard in the left center. On the run is the left fielder Stewart. Into the alleyway. He has a beat on it, and he puts it away a few steps shy of the track. The center fielder, Ashton Horcham, was there to back up the play, too. So Klein gave it a ride, but the wind blowing in might have kept it in the ballpark. So 2 up, 2 down in the 7th, and Nolan Bowles is the hitter. Bowles 1 for 3 with a single in the 1st. Struck out his last time up. Despite the righty up, the second baseman Kahn playing very deep. First pitch off speed. It was so far outside that it was beyond the left-handed batter's box, and it came in at about 50 feet. Granger did not quite have the grip there as he goes to get a little bit of the rosin bag. The spin rate on that ball wasn't spinning a whole lot. 1-0 the count. Tie game at 2 and the pitch. Reaching out is Bowles. A looper, foul territory right side. On the run is Kahn, Reed, and company, and it drops foul. That was not the best 1-0 swing from Bowles. Fortunate that ball dropped foul. Nobody up for the Merchants or Blue Caps. So we'll expect to see Max Bryant come back out for the home 7th. As everybody settles back into their positions. Single runs for the Blue Caps in the 1st and 2nd. Virtually nothing since. The 1-1 pitch with 2 outs. Slow curveball bounces in there. A single run in the 4th for the Merchants on the home run by Gallegos. He's out of the game now. Then the RBI single by Mason Nauman tied things up in the 6th. 2-1 pitch up and in. Definitely don't want to walk bowls. Oh, and there's Roundtree waiting on deck. Blake Roundtree is uncommitted at the moment. The 3-1 pitch, reaching out and poking it, is Bowles into right field. Nate Reed right there to put it away. 1-2-3 go. The Blue Caps in their half of the 7th. And we'll head to the bottom of the last. The Merchants, a chance to win it when we come back. We're set to go for the bottom of the last, tied at 2. 2-3-4 coming up for the Merchants. Max Bryant back out there for his 3rd inning of work. First pitch swinging is Kahn, and he rolls it foul towards first. Kahn 0 for 2. He walked his last time up in the 5th. Next pitch misses low. So Bryant allowed a run in the 6th, but it could have been a whole lot worse after inducing a double play. He's working quickly. That's been the case with nobody on. Breaking pitch misses high. Yeah, he gets it. He's ready to go again. 2-1 fastball catches the outside corner. He'd love to get Kahn on for Morton for the Merchants. 2-2 the count to start the 7th. Longer looking this time for Bryant. And now he kicks and deals. Fastball swung on and missed. Kahn off balance that time. He goes down on strikes for the 2nd time this evening. 2nd strikeout of the night for Bryant. And it brings up Cody Morton. Morton has extra base power. He's 0 for 2 tonight. A pop out to short his last time up. Swing in the first pitch, line to left, past the glove of the shortstop Shuey. And it gets past Bowles, it goes to the wall. Morton off to the races. He's around 2nd, he's going to 3rd. Here comes the throw by Wolf, it's going to be late. It kicks away from the 3rd baseman Roundtree, but the catcher, Klein, backs it up by the plate. Now the winning run at 3rd, and they're going to intentionally walk Daniel Bastidas. His run doesn't matter. So let's see how the Blue Caps are going to play this. Noah Company will be the batter. His first at bat tonight. He came on an inning ago as a defensive replacement for Andrew Gallegos. I don't know if Gallegos hurt himself. I had no indication of that, but it seems like an odd time to take him out of the game. Gallegos homered earlier. Company, the lefty, takes a first pitch strike. So the infield, of course, all the way in. The outfield, I don't know why. They're still playing really deep. Nobody's in a position in the outfield to throw out Morton on a fly ball. Well, there goes Bastidas. He'll take 2nd with no throw. Defensive indifference right there. Now 2nd and 3rd. Again, his run doesn't matter. 2-2 is our score. Bryant out of the windup. And the pitch is fouled at the plate. Now 1-2. Can Company come through? Can he punch one through the infield? Granted, the wind is still blowing in strongly from center, so The most shallow guy is Bowles. Next one is down and inside. Well, now with Bryant out of the windup, Cody Morton can get a much bigger walking lead. Blake Roundtree still in at third. On the ground towards first. Blanchard up with it. They're going to come home. It's off the glove of the catcher, Klein. Safe is Cody Morton at the plate. The Merchants able to walk it off. 3-2 is our score. Blue Caps were able to tie it up in the sixth. Or the Merchants were able to tie it up in the sixth, ladies and gentlemen. And they were able to come all the way back after trailing early. Those men left in scoring position for the Blue Caps does come back to haunt them in the end. A game that was slow, a lot of base runners for a while. Got a heck of a lot more exciting late. And the Merchants, showing their might as a first-place team, able to come from behind after trailing from the get-go. Morton was the one who got it started in the inning with the triple that got past the left fielder, Nolan Bowles. Then the fielder's choice by Noah Company, but too much speed from Morton at third, able to plate that winning run. I'm Evan Schmeiser, ladies and gentlemen. That's it for us for right now. In about 20 minutes, we'll tune back in for the Bobcats and the Ground Sloths. We'll keep it right here on this same link just to make things easy. So long for now. Catch you guys again in 20 minutes. Welcome back to the Cardinals Collegiate League YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Evan Schmeiser. We're set for the second game of our doubleheader tonight as the Ground Sloths will do battle with the Bobcats. Mitchell Wilson, the big left-hander out of Spoon River Community College, will earn the start tonight. 3 innings, 3 hits, a couple earned runs, 3 strikeouts, and 3 walks to his credit. We'll take a look at the Ground Sloths batting order. Blake Crancer, followed by Shea Brozek. Mateo Casillas bats third. Dalton Hobick will be the cleanup man. Carter Selk will be hitting fifth. Nate Cooley, the catcher, the sixth man. Chris Danko will bat 7. Jimmy Anderson in the 8th hole. And Luke Landris, the designated hitter, will bat 9th tonight. Just 20 minutes ago, we came off some fireworks. A come-from-behind walk-off victory for the Merchants after trailing 2-0, a game that had a ton of base runners and an ejection too, and a bit of a fight over at third. So a walk-off win, some other extracurriculars on the field, and ejection, and we're set to go. The right-hander Crancer settles in. Wilson set to go out of the windup. His first pitch of the night is swung on, looped into short right. Riley McAllister comes in a few steps and makes the two-handed catch. 6:45 p.m. Central Standard Time on the dot. 83 degrees, and this wind, it really started in the 5th inning of the first game, has just been howling, coming straight in from center. We did see a home run by Andrew Gallegos of the Merchants in the last game, so the ball's still traveling reasonably well. First pitch to Shea Brozek, misses low. Wilson, a deep breath, working quickly. Outfield still playing fairly deep, as most of the guys did the last game. On the outside corner, according to the home plate umpire Chris Smith, he and Pat Harrison flip-flop from game 1. The 1-1 pitch. Down and in, 2-1 the count, as the ball got away from the catcher Hayden Stork. The Ground Sloths wearing the brown tops with bits of yellow mixed in, white bottoms. Bobcats, the green tops, orange lettering, and white bottoms. On the ground to third, Dan LaSalle handles the big hop across the diamond in time. 2 up, 2 down go the Ground Sloths, and Mateo Casillas will be the hitter. As he walks up to the plate, we'll take a look at the Bobcats defensively. Bennett Summers, Clay Gadboy, Riley McAllister left to right. Dan LaSalle, Alec McGinnis, Will Strell, Colin Carr third to first. Hayden Stork behind the plate, and Mitchell Wilson doing the pitching. Left on left the matchup. First pitch swinging is Casillas, and that ball is just foul towards first. Wilson trying to work a 1-2-3 inning. Casillas seems to be making his debut tonight. Mateo out of SIUE. How about that? Down and away, 1-1. I really look like an out-of-stater now. Let's see what SIUE is. Southern Illinois University at Edwardsville. There we are. Good old internet. Down and away in the dirt, 2-1 the count. No score and 2 outs, bases clear in the top of the first for the Ground Sloths. On an overcast evening, otherwise a pretty good weather day here in the Midwest, especially in the edge of Tornado Alley. The 2-1 pitch by Wilson. Check swing, doesn't matter, called outside. Casillas did not go around. The 3-1 pitch, lifted out of play, foul. Braden Vanderheit will get the start for the Ground Sloths. They'd like to get an early advantage. 3-2 the count now, bases clear to Casillas. And the pitch by Wilson. On the ground, foul towards first. Into the Bobcats bullpen. Nobody there to go get it. A few kids waiting in that area in case someone throws it up to them. There's a youngster down in the fire pit down the right field line. The 3-2 pitch again. In the dirt. A 2-out walk to Casillas. That's a way to start his KCL career. And that'll bring up Dalton Hobick. Hobick out of Kankakee Community College. 4 for 13 with a double and a triple to start his young season as he takes a strike. 4 RBIs to the right-hander's credit. Early going, of course, but OPS just shy of 1,000. Down and in from Wilson, a little extra on that heater. Well, I can say this. Strikes from the pitchers and hitting with runners in scoring position. Those are my keys to the game tonight. As the 1-1 is foul tipped at the plate. 1-2 the count to Hobick. Coming off a game where it was pretty clean early, but then towards the middle and late innings, the walks really started to pile up between the Blue Caps and Merchants. Down low 2-2. And the Blue Caps, especially the first 3-4 innings, left an army of men on base. Like multiple times, runners on third, less than 2 outs. That pitch bounces and hits off the leg of Hobick. A walk and a hit batter now with 2 outs after Wilson retired the first 2 hitters in order. Now it's Carter Selk's turn. Selk out of, oh my, QU. What in the world is QU? Quincy University, there we go. They couldn't have just put Quincy? I don't know, I'm not from the state. Everyone has their way of doing things as Wilson steps off. Well, and Stork is going out to talk to him. They might not be on the same page. Well, the meeting concludes. That was a pretty short meeting. There's a baseball that ended up in right center. Clay Gadboy went to get it and tossed it back towards the growing corn. So first and second, 2 outs. Mateo Casillas at second, Dalton Hobick at first. And the first pitch is down and away to Selk. Selk, who goes to QU, Quincy University. 2 for 14 as he takes down low. 2-0 the count. And out of nowhere, Wilson is fighting himself. He walked Casillas after a long at bat, and then after working ahead 1-2 to Hobick, hit him on a pitch that bounced. The 2-0 pitch. Down and away in the dirt. Good play by Stork. Kind of like a hockey goalie going after that with the forehand. Well, there was an influx of people between games, but still a good crowd remains, but you can tell some people from the first game are not here anymore. Off the hands, fought off down the left field line, foul. So everybody will head back to their spots. You guys might be able to hear this, but the wind is coming in very strongly, still from center. It started going right to left most of the night and somewhat blowing in. Now it just kind of feels like I'm sitting on the bay. On the outside corner, 3-2. So Casillas and Hobick will be off and running. Right now we're getting up to 17-mile-an-hour gusts. Yeah, I'm feeling it. This is like a spring day at the beach. 3-2 pitch, runners go, swung on and missed. First strikeout of the night for Mitchell Wilson. He works around the walk and hit batter. We'll head to the bottom of the first. We'll see the Bobcats take their first swings in just a second. We're just about set for the bottom of the first, ladies and gentlemen. No score between the Ground Sloths and Bobcats. Braden Vanderheit, the tall, lanky right-hander out of Maryville University, will get the start. And we'll take a look at the Bobcats order. It'll go Alec McGinnis, Bennett Summers, and Clay Gadboy. Dan Massell, the cleanup man. Hayden Stork, the catcher, bats fifth. Chase Weiss, the designated hitter, is sixth. Colin Carr, Riley McAllister, and Will Strell will round out the order for the Bobcats. Mitchell Wilson didn't quite go according to my keys to the game. He did put a couple guys on via free pass, able to work a scoreless frame, and Vanderheit deals a good fastball on the outside corner to McGinnis. Working quickly out of the windup, swung on and rolled on the ground to short. Kranzer had the ball nearly roll up his arm. He throws across in time. You would usually expect the ball to bounce pretty true coming off of an all-turf field, but we've seen some bizarre in-between hops and balls kind of ticking off on guys. They'll bring up the right-hander Bennett Summers. Summers out of Heartland Community College takes a changeup up and in. Local guy out of Normal. 1-0 delivery. That's it pretty well out to right center. Chris Panko has it lined up. He makes the catch into the alleyway. 2 up, 2 down for Vanderheit and the Ground Sloths. It's Clay Gadboy will be the hitter. But it is an interesting setup you have with this league. I'm sure there's, of course, other setups like this across the country, but you have only 4 teams, all guys pretty similar collegiate levels, recent high school graduate levels, as the pitch is low, and a ton of guys where they should have a lot of familiarity with each other playing in high school. 1-0 pitch is over the head of everybody as it one-hops the backstop. Just a bit upstairs from Vanderheit. Plenty of guys who were either teammates in high school or who are from the same towns. On the outside corner, 2-1. And of course, already everybody's played each other at least once, if not twice. Down low, 3-1. So interesting to see some potential rivalries either form or continue and see how guys will try and adjust to each other. 3-1 pitch, slow roller in front of the mound. Vanderheit up with it, runs it halfway, and then underhand flips it to Casillas. A quick 1-2-3 inning from Braden Vanderheit. And we're through 1 in the second game of our KCL doubleheader. We'll be right back. No score. We're back at it for the top of the second, folks. I'm Evan Schmeiser bringing you the action tonight for the KCL. 6, 7, 8 coming up for the Sloths. Cooley, Danko, and Jimmy Anderson. Mitchell Wilson back out to work his second inning after throwing a scoreless first. Deals up and away to the right-hander. Cooley doing the catching tonight out of Heartland Community College, native of Chillicothe, Illinois. Slow roller out to short, chance for McGinnis, and that's in time over the first. So Wilson seems to be pretty smooth coming in. But even going back to what I was saying last inning, you have another Heartland guy. You have multiple Maryville guys. Plenty of Kankakee guys from Normal, Bloomington, various towns surrounding this area that I'm not completely aware of all the names. But good chance for some fun local rivalries. Check swing foul by the lefty Denko. And look, with the fight we had the last game, we had an ejection by Tanner Schreiber, the Merchants manager, earlier in the week. Developmental league, but these guys are taking it pretty seriously. They're not messing around. Check swing, Danko went around 0-2. No score, 1 out, bases clear, top of the second. Wilson set to go. And the 0-2 pitch is at the knees for a called strike 3. Danko might have been looking breaking ball. He was a little surprised. Second punch out of the night for Wilson. And for the second straight inning, he set the first 2 men down in order. Now Jimmy Anderson's the hitter. Yep, there we go. Anderson out of Heartland Community College. 1 for 13 as the first pitch is fouled straight back right off the top of the screen. We have a high school tournament going on this weekend, a couple games earlier today, and we had the guy hit a foul ball over the screen, and he managed to wedge the ball through the little opening between the roof entering the concourse, as there's a foul ball just to the right of me as it clanks off of my press box building. Now 0-2. There's some people reacting to that down below. The 0-2 pitch is fouled back in my direction. That hit towards the top of the screen. I don't think it would have reached me. And again, the way we have ourselves set up is we just have one of our windows popped about halfway open. So it'd take a perfect shot for a ball to get in here. On the outside corner for a called strike 3. Mitchell Wilson making it look easy early. 1, 2, 3. Go the Sloths in the second. Third punch out for Wilson. And we'll go to the home second. No score early. Braden Vanderheit just finished his warm-up pitches for the second after working a 1-2-3 first. So he'll face the heart of the order, Dan Moselle, Hayden Stork, and Chase Weiss, in the scoreless game in the bottom of the second. Vanderheit, he's all ready to go as Moselle digs in. First pitch of the inning is a little high. There's 3 young gentlemen just walking around the hill beyond the right field wall. One guy playing with the baseball up above. Inside 2-0. So Vanderheit, some good life on his fastball. Looks to be more of the straighter variety fastballs. Down and away 3-0. Moselle, a slow start for him. 0 for his first 9. Couple free passes to his credit. See if he takes all the way. He does take all the way, and he takes right down the middle. Now 3-1 the count. Shadow's starting to become a factor as a 3-1 pitch misses outside. A leadoff walk issued to Moselle, first base runner of the night for the Bobcats. The Shadows are now covering most of the home plate area. Now, of course, we did start the night slightly earlier, 4 instead of 5. So a good chance the Shadows will be a factor for the hitters the rest of this game. The sun's also starting to come back out, too. It looked like it was just going to be overcast the rest of the evening. First pitch swinging is Hayden Stork. He ropes that one in the left field. On the run is Selk, and he makes the over-the-shoulder catch and fires it back to the infield. That was a heck of a grab by Selk to prevent Stork from getting extra bases. Boy, that ball was smoked. If it weren't for the topspin, that might have had a chance to get up and out of here. So a loud first out. Now Chase Weiss, the designated hitter, will bat. First pitch, changeup to him, stays inside. Well, it's possible Weiss might have made his debut, but there are certain stats that aren't updated on the website every day necessarily. He has not registered. Wait a minute. Oh, I see. Never mind. Runner goes on the pitch. Take it inside. The throw down by Cooley is in time to nail Dan Moselle. Strong, perfect throw by Weiss, right where it needs to be on the bag. Now 2 outs and the base is clear in the second. Bobcats have only stolen 10 bases, have not tried to run a lot, have not been successful. Next pitch fouled out of play to the right. Now 2-1 to Weiss. So I found stats for Chase defensively, but okay, there's his hitting stats as the next one's fouled away again. He's 5 for 12. Don't know what I was looking at initially. That showed me nothing. 2-2 pitch with the bases clear. Curveball in the dirt. That was a good throw, too, by Cooley. Wow, that 3-2 is over everyone's head. That stolen base looms a little larger now. A 2-out walk to Weiss. Second free pass issued this inning by Vanderheit. So that's the 4th man that Cooley has caught stealing this summer. So he's 4 for 13 in catching men. That's pretty good. First pitch rolled foul by Colin Carr. No score, 2 outs, a man on first, bottom of the second for the Bobcats. Carr, local to Bloomington. So yeah, a lot of local guys as throw over the first is not in time to get Weiss. A lot of guys who have been high school teammates, very familiar with each other. It's Weiss, inches off, there he goes, pitch taken for a strike. The throw down is safe. Wow. Everybody for the ground Sloths is running on the running off of the field. The reason for my pause was because I was waiting for the call by Pat Harrison, and he called Weiss safe. It was a good throw. The tag was up along his back. Well, that doesn't matter anyway. The next pitch is a changeup, and it hits the hand of Colin Carr. Vanderheit, who made everything look easy in the first, is having a tough time getting the ball in the vicinity of home plate. So 2 walks and a hit batter. Puts men on first and second with 2 outs. Now it's the 8th man, Riley McAllister. McAllister 1 for 10. He swings the first pitch back towards the middle. The shortstop Krancer up within. He takes it to the second base bag himself. So despite 2 walks and a hit batter, Vanderheit able to throw a scoreless second. We played 2 full at the Corn Crib. No score between the Ground Sloths and Bobcats. We're back for the top of the third. Still no score between the Ground Sloths and Bobcats. Luke Landrus and then the top of the order for the Sloths will get us started. Wilson back on the mound for the third. His first pitch, swung on and grounded by Landrus. The third baseman, Dan Moselle, up with it. High throw to first, but Carr is able to hold the bag. So Mitchell Wilson, for now, keeps on keeping on. We'll see how the Sloths are able to do second time through against him. Krancer will bat. He flew out to right to open the game. So far, the scoreboard hasn't had to do a whole lot. Nobody has a hit yet. First pitch strike to Krancer. You know, it is cool to see. Between most of our innings at the Corn Crib, the fun crew brings a lot of kids onto the field with Corny, our Cornosaurus Rex mascot, low 1-1. Play a whole bunch of games. Got to see a kid strike out Corny in the first game of Keep It Up just now. Broken back ground to the third. It's a fair ball. Moselle backhands it. One hop throw to first in time. Nice play all the way around. Couple of ground ball outs to third. 2 up, 2 down in the third. Already a major contrast from our first game with all those base runners. Wilson making quick work of this Ground Sloths order. Shays Brozek will be the hitter. He swings the first pitch off the end of the bat, roller to short. Alec McGinnis throws on the run. He's able to retire Brozek. Brozek, who comes in as the league leader in total hits. Mitchell Wilson has set down 7 guys in a row, back-to-back 1-2-3 innings. And we'll head to the bottom of the third. Still no score here in the KCL. Welcome back to the KCL YouTube, everybody. 9-1-2 coming up for the Bobcats. Will Strell, and then McGinnis and Summers. Vanderhyde back to work for the third, dealing with the lefty Strell. He swings the first pitch, and he lines it into left center. Carter Selk coming on. He dives. Did he hang on? Yes, he did. Carter Selk hauls it in, robbing Will Strell of what could have been extra bases. So 2 really good plays from each of the left fielders in the early going tonight. 1 out in the third, and it's the leadoff man, McGinnis. Selk got a good jump battling the sun, and that ball was sinking fast. A good swing from Strell, the 9-man. That breaking ball misses way outside, and it goes to the backstop. And Vanderhyde, see if he can settle back in. He worked a quick 1-2-3 first. Then he walked 2 and hit a batter in the second. Fastball over the head of McGinnis. Now, obviously, it's not intentional. We saw several pitches like that back in the second. Just not quite sure the ball's going to go. That ball's hit pretty well to left. Carter Selk shielding his eyes from the sun. Now he has a beat on it and makes the catch. Based on his reaction, I thought he lost it for a second. Well, despite some very wild pitches, 2 up, 2 down for the Bobcats, and it's Bennett Summers. He lined out sharply to center his first at bat. Out of the windup, Vanderheit deals. Breaking ball, check swing, Summers does not go around. The pitch misses low. No hits for either side. Fastball low again. But for Braden Vanderheit, he's hit a few barrels. He definitely has. And has not been working ahead of hitters, besides the first. See if he can find that release point. 2-0, that's lined out to second. Off the glove of the diving Jimmy Anderson, it leaks into right. First hit of the night for either side comes off the bat of Bennett Summers. So as Summers avoid, Clay Gadboy will be the hitter. Bounced out to Vanderheit, his only time up. That shadow is really pronounced in front of the plate now. The entire home plate circle is covered, and the shadow extends almost halfway out to the pitcher's mound, where the pitcher is standing in complete sunlight. Wind continues to howl in from center. As Summers draws a throw, he goes back in diving. Summers has been caught stealing once, as the pitch to Gadboy misses high. Once again, the Bobcats have only stolen 10 bases. They don't run a lot, and they have not run successfully. Already had caught stealing once tonight, as that next pitch is right off the hand of Gadboy as he tosses the bat aside in frustration. Summers up to second. Second hit batter to go with 2 walks for Braden Vanderheit. There's no action in the ground Sloths bullpen. And granted, thanks to all the good defense, the caught stealing, and honestly, the Bobcats have been very aggressive, even when they've worked ahead. So Vanderheit's pitch count is pretty good. Dan Moselle the hitter, and he takes a curveball in the dirt, blocked by Cooley. I don't know what it is right now, but despite the wind blowing straight in, the outfielders are playing very deep, and that was the case for the most part in our first game tonight. Vanderheit checks Summers at second. Now he steps off and looks Summers back to the bag. Big lead for Bennett out there. As Braden Vanderheit looks at him again, the 1-0, cue shot foul at the plate. That might have been ball 2. Maybe that's just the approach tonight. An assumption that Vanderheit would be around the plate quite a lot. Kind of helping him out a bit. The 1-1 delivery. That's lined into right center. On the run is Hobick. And he's able to get there to put it away. Ball hung up there pretty well for him. So the Bobcats, for the second straight inning, leave 2. They do pick up their first hit of the night. And we played 3 full. Still no score at the Corn Crib. We're ready for the top of the fourth, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Evan Schmeiser. 3, 4, 5 due up for the ground slots. Casillas, Hobick, and Selk. Mitchell Wilson back out to work his fourth inning. Boy, he's already set in his wind-up position, and Mateo Casillas has not entered the box yet. Casillas walked his only time up in the first. First pitch way outside from Wilson. Can't blame him for wanting to work a little faster. He's feeling confident. He's getting quick, weak outs. The 1-0 pitch. Another curveball misses outside. A lot of breaking balls between all four starters. Well, even the relievers that I've seen tonight. That must have been the motive. Outside with a heater, 3-0. I don't know if it's because at times guys have just struggled with their fastball command, so they're going to the curveball, or they've just been in love with their off-speed stuff for a long time, but the ratio is very high, off-speed to fastballs. Casillas takes low, he draws a 4-pitch walk. That ends a string of 7 consecutive batters that Wilson has retired. Second walk to go with a hit batter that he's issued. Now Dalton Hobick, the hitter. Hit by a pitch his first time up. So the Bobcats will set up to turn 2. Casillas does not have a big lead with the lefty Wilson on the mound. First pitch is way inside, and that one got a piece of Hobick. Must have grazed off his lower leg. So that's awfully familiar sequence to the first. A walk to Casillas, and then Hobick getting hit by a pitch for the second time tonight. Difference is this time it's to start the inning as opposed to 2 outs. And I don't know, once again, I don't know if you guys can hear this, but the wind has really picked up. I can barely hear myself talking right now with the headset on. It's blowing in from dead center field. Carter Selk, the batter. He struck out his first time up. Another lefty for the ground sloths. That bounce is in the dirt, and it kicks away from Stork to the backstop. Runners will advance. Now a big-time opportunity for the ground sloths. They don't even have a hit yet, but second and third, nobody out. Casillas at third, Hobick at second. Being issued free passes, now the wild pitch. Did that change in a hurry? The infield will play back. Corners even with the bags. That pitch is down low. Looks like a wrist strap from Hayden Stork just kicked off. Yep, he went to retrieve it, and he put it back on his left arm. Play on, says the umpire. 2-0 the count. Wilson trying to find it. At the knees for a strike, 2-1. And there's Marshall Ingold. He's walking towards the Bobcats bullpen. That's the only action we're seeing. The 2-1 is lifted down the left field line. It'll slice foul. And it really looked like the wind pushed that one foul. It might have still gone foul regardless, but that wind just took it, and that took a hard left turn. 2-2 the count now to Selk. Wilson, working out of the windup, could use a strikeout. He kicks and deals. In the dirt, and it bounces past Stork again. Casillas will come on home. Big turn from Hobick at third. He'll hold up there. Second wild pitch of the inning for Mitchell Wilson, and the ground sloths lead 1-0 despite not recording a hit. And the count 3-2 to Selk. Well, I suppose Jake Wags, manager of the Bobcats, just wants to let it ride for now with Wilson. Nobody's throwing. That swung on, lifted in the air to center. It's pretty well hit. Clay Gadboy is going to make the catch. Dalton Hobick will tag and score. The throw comes in towards the pitcher's mound as Gadboy just aired it out. Sacrifice fly for Carter Selk, and it's now 2-0 ground sloths. Good piece of hitting right there to execute with the man on third. But the base is clear and 1 out. Nate Cooley will bat. Ground sloths leading 2-0. Wilson a deep breath, trying to find that composure again. He misses way outside to the right-hander. Right now, he doesn't have a good idea of where the ball is going to go. He's missing on both sides of the plate, in the dirt, up high. That one swung on, fouled right off the wrist of Stork. Right off that right wrist. So the home plate umpire will get Wilson a new ball to give Stork some extra time. He seems to be okay. The count now 1-1. Yeah, Marshall Ingold still just stretching, doing some dynamic work in the Bobcats' pen. So Wags opting to stick with his starter. Here's the 1-1 pitch. We're set to go again. Might have been a changeup, and that's down and away. Tough to tell if it's the balance point or just flat-out release. But Wilson is having a hard time this inning. Swinging a line drive on one hop. Alec McGinnis, the shortstop, able to handle it over the first in time. So now 2 away, it brings up Chris Danko. Danko struck out his only time up, one of 3 strikeouts for Wilson. The shadow now has extended to the base of the pitcher's mound. First pitch fastball on the inside corner to Danko. Kind of a similar frustrated reaction we saw from his strikeout. He has not agreed with some of these calls down and towards the inner half. Swings and rolls it out to second. Ooh, in between hop, Will Strell able to handle it in time to first. So a couple runs come across for the ground sloths without the virtue of a hit, taking advantage of a walk, hit batter, and a couple wild pitches. We'll go to the bottom of the 4th. Ground sloths take a 2-0 lead. Hayden Stork, Chase Weiss, and Colin Carr will get us started in the home 4th. Bobcats trailing 2-0. Braden Vanderheit will get back to work, looking for a shutdown frame. And his first pitch is down and away to Stork, who lined out sharply to left on a diving catch by Carter Selk his first time up. 1-0 delivery, hit foul at the plate. 2 runs, no hits, and no errors for the ground sloths, picking up 2 runs in the top of the 4th. No runs, a lone hit for the Bobcats, and no errors, as that curveball bounced well short of the plate. Both Vanderheit and Wilson really struggling with their command. They've had some bad misses, but throwing up zeros, as that one's grounded through the hole on the left side for a hit. Second hit of the night for the Bobcats, and Stork aboard to start the 4th. The other hit coming from Bennett Summers in the 3rd. Now it's Chase Weiss. He walked and stole a base in the 2nd. Stork has not stolen a base this summer. See if he thinks about taking off. Not a big lead. Sloths set up to turn 2. A ton of room on the right side. First pitch swinging is Weiss, and he hits it out of play. Sun is really back out in full force. Really pleasant looking evening. Wind still coming in a little stronger than I prefer from center. A high bouncer to the left of the mound. Vanderhyde up with it, looks to second, throws high to first, and Casillas able to hold the bag. Bit of a collision over there as Weiss came in. Everybody seems to be okay. Well, Chase is just kind of hanging out by first. Not sure if he's a little more shaken up. Seems to be okay, though, as he walks back to the dugout. Stork up to second on the play. Now it's Carr's turn. Carr hit by a pitch in the second. RBI chance for the Bobcats as they trail 2-0. One out in the fourth. Fastball, that's a good one on the outside corner. And again, it's been the case all night. The outfielders are just playing so deep where unless you have to hold up with less than 2 outs as the next one's in the dirt blocked by Cooley, there's almost no way to throw out a guy scoring from second on a hit. The weird thing was, even with the man on third, the winning run on third, and less than 2 outs for the Merchants, check swing and Carr went around, 1 and 2. The outfielders were still playing so deep where there's no way they'd be able to throw anybody out on a fly ball. Some bizarre stuff. And the wind's blowing in. 1-2 delivery, broken bat liner, foul towards right. Carr checking the bat. Yep, he broke it. See, playfully tries to give a half-hearted effort to break the bat over his leg. He decides better. He just tosses it aside, and the on-deck hitter, Riley McAllister, brings him a new piece of lumber. I could see it coming. He was looking at it, going, do I want to try and pull a big league move? It's already broke, and then he goes, nope, my legs aren't big enough for that one yet. That might be a goal for the winter to build those bat-breaking muscles up. The runner's going. The ball is off the end of the bat, and it's going to be cut off by Blake Crancer on a dive. Coming around is Stork. He's going to score ahead of the throw by Crancer. Stork took off on the pitch. Carr hit a slow roller towards the hole on the left side. It was a great play by Crancer to slide to cut it off. But Stork just got the wave around. He kept going. And it's now 2-1. Third hit of the night for the Bobcats. Carr safe on the infield single. And give him an RBI on that slow roller. Well, they haven't thrown the hit on the scoreboard yet, but it's a hit. I can promise you that. Any Carr fans would, of course, want the hit and RBI. What happens here? Oh, my. The gate in center field just swung open. I wasn't lying about the wind. And Panko, the center fielder, goes to close it. That's the gate that, well, the umpires come in through that gate every night. First time we've seen that all year. The wind is no joke in central Illinois. If I didn't know better, I'd think I was in Kansas. Especially once you leave the cities. That countryside gets very country quickly. Called strikes to McAllister, who bounced into a fielder's choice in the second. Ground Sloths lead 2-1. And the next offering from Vanderhyde is up and away. Marshall Ingold still just standing, walking, and stretching for the Bobcats. And there is somebody getting up and throwing for the Ground Sloths. Next one is off the hands, foul and out of play towards the Sweets. Couple of teenage gentlemen go running after the foul ball as it made its way to the concourse. 1-2 to McAllister, 1 out, a man on first in the fourth, and that man's Carr. And the pitch hit hard over the first base bag, fair down the line. It's going to roll into the corner. Hobeck misplayed it. It goes to the wall. Carr's in the third. He's being waved home. On his way to third, McAllister. Head first dive at the plate. Carr didn't really need to do that. An RBI triple for Riley McAllister. And we are all knotted up at 2. Once you get close to the corners down the lines, the fence really comes pinching in. And It looked like Hobeck anticipated that ball was going to clank to the side off of the half wall, but it went right past it and went to the corner, and that allowed Carr to score easily from first and McAllister to get into third. And time is called. We have a meeting on the mound. Nobody's taken the ball from Vanderheit yet, so it looks like they'll stick with him. 2 runs each for the ground Sloths and Bobcats in their halves of the fourth. And the Bobcats still a chance for more. It's the 9th man, Will Strell, who lined out to left his only time up. And the third hit of the inning for the Bobcats. And that was a rocket. Nothing the first baseman Casillas could have done with that going over the bag. So the Sloths will play the infield all the way in. Vanderheit out of the stretch. And the pitch is up and away to Strell. Now finally, Marshall Ingold is throwing in the pen. 1-0, misses up high, 2-0. Might be the longest stretching sequence I've ever seen from a reliever, just being down there by himself. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Right down the middle for a called strike. There's one guy stretching in the ground Sloths pen, and the other guy continues to throw. It's Vanderheit for now. Breaking ball, and he gets the called strike on the outside half. Strell got to put something in play. As he chokes up, McAllister at third, 1 away. Here's the pitch. In the dirt. It's off the mask of Nate Cooley, and he keeps it around the plate. So at least one more time, the command issues for Braden Vanderheit remain. 3-2 the count now. As Vanderheit set from the belt, he kicks and deals. Swung on and missed. That is an important second out with the strikeout on Strell. That's the first strikeout of the night for Braden Vanderheit. How about that? They picked a good time for it. Now the infield can back it up. And it's the leadoff man, Alec McGinnis. He's 0 for 2 tonight. First pitch swinging, and he fouls it off the glove of Cooley. So 0-1 the count. And the pitch. Lined into left field. That's going to get in for a hit. Riley McAllister trots home. RBI single for Alec McGinnis. He continues to swing a torrent hot bat. And the Bobcats take a 3-2 lead. And time is called. That's going to be it. Here comes the manager, Peyton Dillingham. So Vanderheit will exit after allowing 3 runs with 2 outs in the fourth. And of course, McGinnis at first is his responsibility. Vanderheit out, a new pitcher in, and we'll take a quick break. Welcome back, everybody. The Bobcats have responded in a big way. They take a 3-2 lead. New pitcher in the game. He was just added to the Ground Sloths roster today. His first pitch swung on and missed by Summers. McGinnis goes, and he steals second without a throw. I've been told on the group chat his name is Devin. I have not been given a last name. Breaking ball misses outside. Looks like Devin might be wearing a sweatshirt underneath his jersey. So the line not quite done for Braden Vanderheit after going the first 3 2/3. As that's hit in the air to center, Penko moves back a couple steps and he puts it away. So just a couple pitchers and Mr. Devin, whatever your last name is, able to record the final out of the fourth. The Bobcats put up 3 runs on 3 hits, the big blow, the RBI triple from Riley McAllister. We'll be right back for the 5th. Bobcats lead the Sloths 3-2. We're set for the top of the 5th, everyone. Mitchell Wilson's night is done after 4. Marshall Ingold, another lefty, will take over. Bit of a taller, lankier left-hander. He'll face the 8-9 one-hitters for the Ground Sloths, Anderson, Landrus, and Crancer. So anyway, the line is now done for Braden Vanderheit for the Ground Sloths. 3 2/3, 4 hits, 3 runs, all them earned, 2 walks, a strikeout, and 2 hit batters. Ingold deals a strike to Anderson, who struck out his only time up. Going out of the stretch exclusively, the shortstop, McGinnis, playing awfully deep. And the 0-1, check swing, called a strike. Well, now the entire mound and home plate area is fully encased in the shadows. As Anderson rests the bat on his shoulder. Ingold ready, and he goes home. Up and away for a ball. The line also complete for Mitchell Wilson. 4 innings, a couple runs allowed, no hits. 3 strikeouts, the 2 walks, and 2 hit batters really ended up hurting him with the 2 runs he allowed in the 4th. 1-2 pitch, check swing, no swing, and called outside. As Anderson steps out. Wind has calmed down a little for this middle innings of the second night of our doubleheader. That fastball's at the knees for a called strike 3. First punch out of the night for Ingold. Anderson disagrees. And it brings up Luke Landrus. He grounded out to third, his only time up. 2 runs, no hits, no errors for the Ground Sloths. 3 runs, 4 hits, no errors for the Bobcats. Curveball misses high. And the defense has been about as good as the scoreboard would indicate, outside of a misplay in right field on the Riley McAllister triple last inning. 1-0 in for a strike. Landrus visibly frustrated. It looked like a good pitch from up here. Granted, I am a little off to the right. Ingold on the far first base side goes home. That curveball's in for strike 2. And Luke doesn't look like he agrees with that one either. We saw one guy, Hunter Brewer, get ejected the previous game, but that coming on an altercation on the base paths. The 1-2 pitch is in the dirt for a ball. The lights are not quite on yet at the corn crib, as we are at about 7:45 o'clock. Beautiful evening. The 2-2 delivery. Off the end of the bat, rolled slowly to short. McGinnis charges, throws on the run. He's done a couple plays like that tonight. Makes it look smooth. 2 up, 2 down in the 5th for Ingold, and it's the leadoff man, Krancer. Krancer 0 for 2. Granted, this entire Ground Sloths lineup is 0 for something. Except for Mateo Casillas and Dalton Hobick. They've each walked twice and been hit twice. First pitch taken high by Krancer. Gadboy in center is playing awfully deep. Everybody's still deep. Why is everyone so deep? The wind's blowing in, guys. I don't get it. The 1-0 pitch is a little low. The way the breeze has blown in throughout the night, it's been on the cooler side. It really reminds me of sitting on the beach and taking in a sunrise or sunset. Upstairs 3-0. I've had the rare privilege of taking a scenic drive on the Pacific Coast Highway, famous Highway 1. And especially in Orange County, just south of Los Angeles, those beaches watching the sunset are amazing. Called strike 3-1. And the breezes were often pretty similar to this. The humidity was definitely similar. These are 2 very humid spots, Central Illinois and the West Coast. 3-1 pitch misses down low. So a 2-out walk. That's a combined 5th batter that Bobcats pitching has put on. Now it's Shea Brozek. Brozek, the leading hitter coming into play, 0 for 2 with a couple groundouts. A lot of room on the left side of the field. The shortstop McGinnis is shaded towards the bag, even with the righty up. First pitch to him is fouled right off the chest protector of Stork. Fortunately, he seems all right. Yeah, I tell you what, though, some cool summer breezes. These feel good. There goes the runner. Pitch taken outside. Throw down to second on one hop is nowhere near in time to get Krancer. So a 2-out base runner. As time is called, as Stork goes out to talk to Ingold, and everybody, that pitch was called a strike. And it looked way off the plate to me. But either way, it's 0-2 now with 2 outs. Bobcats lead the Ground Sloths 3-2. RBI chance for Brozek. That's the 4th stolen base of the summer for Krancer. He picked a good pitch to run on. 0-2 the count as Ingold set. He goes home. Changeup is low. And Blake Krancer getting a humongous secondary lead. He will easily score on a hit because the outfielders are still very deep. Ingold checks Krancer once. Now he goes home a little low. Nobody up in the Bobcats bullpen. There's just a guy stretching in the Ground Sloths pen. 2-2 the count as the wind has really picked up again. And Ingold goes home. Lined over to the right side. Diving catch by Will Strell to rob Brozek and to prevent a run from coming across. The web gem plays continue tonight between the Ground Sloths and the Bobcats. Will Strell went full extension for that one to pick it off the turf. We're through 4.5 at the corn crib, and it's still the Bobcats in front 3-2. Bottom of the 5th, the Bobcats will come back up, leading 3-2. Good news, everybody. I found out Devin's last name, the reliever for the Ground Sloths. I'm pretty sure this is Devin Tupper. Now, the confusing part was in the group chat, the name was spelled wrong. Bouncer out to short by Gadboy, and Crancer is able to throw him out. So 1 pitch, 1 out in the 5th. If this is the correct Devin, he is listed as a pitcher in this part of the website. He's wearing the wrong number. He's 13 on the website, and he has 35 out there. Out of Eastern Illinois University, a normal local. Now it's Dan Mosell's turn. He lined out to right his last time up, also walked. And he takes outside. Devin Tupper making his debut tonight. And the 0-1 pitch out of the windup. Slow bouncer snared on the backhand side by Tupper, and he throws out Mosell. Some quick reflexes right there, and the impressive defense continues. 2 up, 2 down in the second inning of work for Tupper, and Hayden Stork will bat. So Tupper came on with 2 outs in the 4th. Able to retire the only man he faced that inning in Bennett Summers. After the Bobcats scored 3 runs to take a 3-2 lead. Outside to Stork. Yeah, some of the command and hard contact eventually came back to bite Vanderheit. Slow roller to first, but it goes foul. Stork didn't run right away. Unfortunate that Casillas didn't really charge that ball. He might have had a chance to touch it fair, but he just hovered around the first base bag. Now 1-1 the count. Bobcats lead 3-2. Tupper trying to work a 1-2-3 5th. Second game of our doubleheader. And he's set to go his 1-1. Good curveball on the outside corner. Both bullpens still quiet, as each team is on their second pitcher of the game. 1-2, quick pitch that time, and Tupper spiked that about 10 feet in front of the plate. Tried to pull a Nestor Cortez and speed up his delivery in the middle of the leg kick. It didn't work that time, but I like the idea. Here comes the 2-2. Lifted out to center. Penko in and to his left, and he makes the catch. 1-2-3 go the Bobcats. We played 5 full. Bobcats leading 3-2. We'll come back a bit early for the top of the 6th. It is getting late in Game 2 at the Corin Crib, everybody. Bobcats lead the Ground Sloths 3-2. Marshall Ingold back to work for his second inning out of the pen after he worked a clean 5th. And everybody, the Constitution Trail is about 37 miles worth of recreational trails between the Bloomington and Normal metro area. Significant amounts of the trail are paved over what used to be the Central Gulf Railroad. It's been around since 1989. And it's my favorite and only trail system to run on. First pitch strike taken by Mateo Casillas. Casillas has walked twice and scored a run. 2 runs in the 4th for the Ground Sloths. 3 runs in the home 4th for the Bobcats. And the 0-1 pitch swung on and missed. Casillas behind 0-2. And the Ground Sloths have yet to put up a hit tonight. Bobcats with only 4, as Casillas steps out to adjust his batting gloves. Shadows now encase the whole field as the sun starts to set in central Illinois. Deep breath by Ingold. That one's raised high in the air to left center. Gadboy comes running into the alleyway, and he makes the running grab. He got a late start on it, but boy, he can glide out there. Those are some long, graceful strides from Clay Gadboy. 1 out, and Dalton Hobick is the hitter. He has been hit by a pitch twice and also scored a run. But yeah, I do like to run, and if anybody didn't know, especially the Ground Sloths audience, every game I do play-by-play for, I like to try and give one small little segment of some history or geographic or other factor about a given area as Hobick takes high. And the Constitution Trail is quite impressive. High bouncer to the left side, handled by Moselle, and his throws in time to get Hobick. So 2 outs, and Carter Selk is the hitter. He hit a sacrifice fly to center his last time up, also struck out. Yep, that was an inning. That was the 4th where Casillas and Hobick both walked, advanced on 2 wild pitches, and then the sac fly. That's been the offense for the Ground Sloths. Breaking ball upstairs. They call them rail trails, and they're common throughout the country, putting in paved biking and running trails over what used to be railroads, down low 2-0. My alma mater, Sacred Heart University in Connecticut, there was a big one out there that we ran on a lot. And it's pretty good out here. The people are friendly. 2-0 curveball, way high. Now 3-0. 3-2 Bobcats. The only thing is the actual trail parts of it cut off at several points. They rarely go more than, from what I've seen, 2-3 miles at a time in their 3-1. And for someone like me, it takes a lot more effort to really concentrate on the signs to actually continue to follow the actual bike path to get to the next true trail segment. The 3-1 pitch. Off the hand, looped into center. Gadboy's playing deep. He's coming on. He dives, and it gets by him. The right fielder McAllister there to back it up. Selk is in the second. He's taking a turn to third. The throw comes in towards second. The throw to third is going to be late. A 2-out triple for Carter Selk. And the first hit of the night for the Ground Sloths. And a mistake from Gadboy. He tried to dive at the last second. He really had no chance to make that play, and the ball just scooted by him. Fortunate that the ball just wasn't that hard, or else Selk would have circled the bases. And now a chance for the Ground Sloths to tie it. Trailing by 1. 2 outs, top of the 6th. It's Cooley. He swings the first pitch, and it's a foul to my right. 3 kids playing out on the hill beyond the right field wall. Not as much of that tonight, despite it being a Saturday, and plenty of young ball fans out here. Breaking ball just high. Now 1-1, and Gadboy is playing a lot more shallow than he was before. Yeah, there have been a few times tonight where all the outfield is playing deep. They've It's cost them. On the ground to short. Backhanded by McGinnis in the hole. Long throw across. Plenty of time to get Cooley. Good stretch at the other end by Carr. The good defense continues. And Marshall Ingold able to work around the 2-out triple. We played 5.5 at the Corn Crib. The Bobcats hold on to a 3-2 lead. Devin Tupper back to work for his third inning out of the bullpen. He'll face 6, 7, 8 for the Bobcats. Weiss, Carr, and McAllister. Chase Weiss walked in the second, bounced out to the mound in the fourth. Devin Tupper worked a 1-2-3 fifth. His first pitch of the inning is swung on and missed by Weiss. Bobcats looking to add on as they lead 3-2. If they can get a run or two here and then get 3 outs in the seventh. And that pitch called a strike on the inner half. The catcher Cooley stuck his glove way out to his left to get it. Tupper with the breeze picking up again in from center. The 0-2, and that's outside. Didn't miss by much. There is a right-hander throwing in the Ground Sloths bullpen, and same thing in the Bobcats pen. Just in case Tupper gets into trouble. Off the end of that slow roller, it deflects off the mound out to short. Crancer is able to throw out Weiss. Casillas holds the bag on a bit of a high throw. So 5 straight retired by Devin Tupper. And Colin Carr's the hitter. RBI single for him on an infield hit to the left side of the infield. A play where Hayden Stork just kept running. That netted the first of 3 runs in the fourth for the Bobcats. Curveball misses low. Carr was also hit by a pitch in the second. Breaking ball a little outside. Tupper wanted it. And somebody just let out a loud shriek somewhere in the bleachers. Now, can't tell if that was the voice of a young child or a zealous teenager. 2-0, swung on and missed. Carr thought about making it a 4-2 game with 1 swing. He got a good pitch to hit. Slower delivery this time from Tupper, as the fastball is on the outside corner. We've seen a bit of trickery from Devin, either slowing down or speeding up his delivery or almost holding his first movement. The 2-2 pitch, fouled straight back. Oh, there's a a few young gentlemen down the left field line, watching and possibly trying to talk to the ground slots reliever. The 2-2 pitch again. Off the hands, hit foul again, back to the backstop. It is a cool thing just the way this is set up, where any youngster can just mosey on down into the bleacher section deep down the lines and still be in the bleachers, but be within less than 5 feet from a reliever in the dirt 3-2. Chance to get some autographs, get some insight, and watch potentially a future Division I player or even a future big leaguer. And this has happened multiple times. Potentially a player out of this league joining the Corn Belchers roster. That's on the inside corner for a called strike 3. Carr didn't think so. First strikeout of the night for Tupper, and the wind is really picked up again. I'll be very interested watching this back if anybody on the other end can actually hear this wind, but you can see women's hair blowing like crazy, the way the wind is, and some of the jerseys now notably going in the wind. Rather, McAllister takes all the way and takes a strike. McAllister, back in that 3-run fourth, gave the Bobcats the lead with a triple down the first base line. That ball bounced and hit Riley right in the foot. Pitch from Tupper that was not remotely close. A 2-out base runner for the Bobcats. That's the third batter that's been hit by the Bobcats tonight. Let's see if I can make sure I can count right. Only the 5th guy that's been put on. Up high to the 9th man, Strell. Will 0 for 2. Not much offense to speak of tonight. Only 5 combined hits. A couple of them infield singles. Swing and a miss. Now 1-1 to Strell. Bobcats leading 3-2. See if McAllister thinks about taking off, especially with 2 outs. Not a big lead. And Tupper does various deliveries well as he throws over. McAllister dives back safely. Riley has stolen 1 bag this summer. Now 2-1 the count. Tupper has really slowed it down, trying to keep McAllister out of scoring position. And there he goes. Pitch is swung on towards the left side. Third baseman Brozek has it hit off his glove, and everybody's going to be safe. The shortstop Krantzer vacated this spot to go cover second, so Brozek came way over from his spot. He still might have had to play at first, but just clanked it. That'll be the first error of the night, and it puts men on first and second with 2 outs. The wind continues to howl. As time is called, here comes the manager, Peyton Dillingham, and that might be it for Tupper. We'll see. There's no signal yet. The reliever in the Ground Sloths bullpen has stopped throwing. The entire infield is in. Possible. I think he's going to leave him in, the way this conversation is lasting. Maybe trying to give a brief scouting report on McGinnis. Remind him, hey, he had a base hit his last time up to drive in a run. The meeting concludes, and Dillingham will stick with Devin Tupper. And it is the leadoff man, McGinnis. He did record the RBI single his last time up in the 4th. Outfield still very deep for the Ground Sloths. I'm a broken record with that one. And a pitch misses low to McGinnis. A base hit should easily score McAllister, excuse me. Strell's at first. Second baseman Anderson keeping the runner close. Off the end of the bat, flared into right. Dalton Hobick over towards the line, and he makes the catch in fair territory. So Devin Tupper strands 2. And no hits put up that time by the Bobcats. We'll head to the top of the last. Last chance for the ground sloths when we return. Top of the last, and the last chance for the ground sloths. 7, 8, 9, Danko, Anderson, and Landres, the scheduled hitters. Marshall Ingold back out for his third inning of work out of the pen, and he's in line for the win. This Bobcats leading 3-2. Left on left the matchup, Danko, who's 0 for 2. He shows bunt and bunts it foul towards third. That's a pretty good idea. The ground sloths have one hit tonight, and that came on the triple last inning from Carter Selk. And they really haven't squared a whole lot up. That triple came on kind of a flare into center where Gadboy dove and had to go by him. Curveball high. Bobcats, though, at least over the course of this week, have looked like a new and improved team. The defense, as of late, has been spectacular, and that's continued tonight. On the outside corner, 1 and 2. And it's not even just looking at the scoreboard and seeing the errors. It's ranging in the outfield and making plays and being clean in the infield. Really has been good for a team that comes in leading the league in errors. Up high, 2 and 2. That lone reliever is still actually throwing in the ground sloths bullpen. So if the Sloths tie it, whoever that guy is, he'll come in. Nobody up in the Bobcats pen. In the dirt, 3 and 2. You gotta challenge Danko here if you're Ingold. Don't want to walk the tying run aboard. He's set at the belt, out of the stretch. The 3-2 is lifted high in the air to right center. Watch out for the wind. McAllister comes running in, and he makes the two-handed catch. Had to do a little dancing with that ball moving around in the air. One away in the 7th, and it brings up Jimmy Anderson. Anderson has struck out twice. The strikeout numbers have not been all that prevalent. Good amount of walks and hit batters throughout the game, but a lot of good pitching and good defense. First pitch swinging, foul tipped into the glove of Stork. Ingold, an aggressive heater that time. A deep breath, and he goes home. Out in front of a changeup is Anderson. He's behind 0-2. Outfield for the Bobcats actually a little more shallow now than they've been throughout the game, so can't really call this no doubles. The 0-2 pitch, check swing, and it's called just high. No swing by Anderson. That was close. A few fans below me wanted it. Ingold set again. 1-2 the count. Bobcats lead 3-2. Just getting a piece of that one is Anderson. He was way out in front of a changeup. And just for everyone's curiosity's sake, after tonight, it's going to be it for the KCL schedule for a few days. That one's lifted. Foul territory right side. The first baseman car over, and it'll drop foul just in front of the Bobcats dugout. A lot of room down there. Yeah, the next time the KCL will be back in action is going to be this Tuesday. Ground Sloths and Blue Caps, the early game at 5, followed by the Merchants and Bobcats. And tomorrow at 3 on the Prospect League TV station, the Corn Belts will play the Springfield Lucky Horseshoes. In the dirt, 2-2. Granted, you do have to pay for to watch those games. Wouldn't exactly be politically correct of me to email out the login link. In the air to right, McAllister moves over a few steps to the line. He makes the catch in fair territory. Couple putouts for Riley McAllister, and the Ground Sloths are down to their final out. And they're going to send up a pinch hitter. He was just introduced over the PA system, but there was no way I was able to understand his name. Just threw him up there in front of me the last second. P.J. Jerzinski out of Truman State University will bat. Left on left the matchup, and he takes a first pitch curveball for a strike. Ground Sloths trailed at 3-2. Only one hit tonight on a flare to center. The 0-1 pitch. On the outside corner, strike 2. Ground Sloths down to its final strike. Bases clear, 2 away in the 7th. Ingold trying to finish this off out of the pen. On the far first base side, here's the pitch. Swung on and missed in the dirt. Stork applies the tag to finish it off. 1, 2, 3 go the Ground Sloths in the 7th. Marshall Ingold pitches 3 scoreless innings out of the bullpen to pick up the win for the Ground Sloths. Or for the Bobcats, excuse me. They come from behind to knock off the Ground Sloths by a score of 3-2. That was a quick game. The resurgent Bobcats victorious once again. They really do look like a different team. The pitching and defense has been excellent in recent games. Well, that's it for us for now on the Colonels Collegiate League YouTube, everybody. I'm Evan Schmeiser. Feel free to tune in on the Prospect League TV station to watch the Corn Belters play tomorrow at 3 o'clock, or come out to the Corn Crib. Even better. We'll be back at it for KCL action this coming Tuesday, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. I'll try to enjoy this good weather while it lasts. Have a great rest of your night. The Bobcats take down the Ground Sloths 3-2.